They're graduated sizes. You get all three of them for under £100. It's a magnificent opportunity. Graduating sizes, I mean, you can see the quality here. Totally genuine pearls. You can make graduation necklace like this. You don't have to. You can do whatever you want. You can pearl knot, you can do whatever you fancy, but you need to have them to have the option. Coming up on the other side of a very, very short break, we'll be bringing you the deal of the day. Fleur, thank you so much. We'll see you in just a little second. Good morning, jewellery makers. Hello, welcome one and all to Pearl Weekend. My name is Rebecca Redican. You can call me Becky though, because we're all friends here. It's so lovely to be with you on this wonderful Sunday, because we're kind of ending the Pearl Weekend in one of the most beautiful manners. We're not going out with a fizzle, we're going out with a pop, bang, boom, clatter. We really are. Honestly, we've got so much on for you today. It's not just about the pearls either. It's about glorious gemstones in qualities that I don't think we get to see very often. The likes of Burmese sapphire coming up for you. The likes of a gem that I can only describe as the counterpart to the likes of a cognac diamond I've got coming up for you in those absolutely intense kind of, you know, C7 tones. It's just, you're going to adore it. And I tell you what else you're going to adore. Our guest designer today has managed to work with some of the most inspiring mediums and organics that we have had in a very long time. Today it's my pleasure to be joined by the lovely Linda.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Linda. How's it going?
Really well, thank you very much.
Tell us about, please, your kits.
Oh, I haven't found any words yet.
If you could work on that, that would really help.
If I could work on that, it'd be, you know, supercalifrag, it'd be one of those words.
Right, yes.
But possibly a lot longer, if there were more letters in the alphabet, that is.
Yeah, okay.
And the boom, bang, clatter bit that you started with is me being that excited and truly, hand on heart, about the kits, both of them. Yeah. The second kit has got something like I have never worked with before. No. And it truly has been an amazing privilege. And the more I've worked with these pearls, the more connected I've got with them. I don't know whether you'll understand that, and it sounds a bit sort of at this time in the morning, but I just didn't want to put them down.
You have been working and working tirelessly to get these types of pearls in, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah. And admittedly, I'd not seen any of them actually in the flesh, as it were. So you leave yourself a little bit open to either being ecstatic or disappointed, or, you know, a little bit, say, under-awed by things. But this has just met every conceivable and more that was in my imagination of what they would look like in the flesh. Definitely. Absolutely.
And it is one of those orders that we've got today on those that I am never going to be able to guarantee we can get again.
Unfortunately.
I'm really not. I'm really not. Even the likes of tanzanite, which obviously is quite tricky to get, even the likes of tanzanite seems like a walk in the park compared to these pearls that I have coming up for you. I'm not going to show them to you. I'm just going to let you mull this over and just really get yourself prepared for a very special opportunity on that. I've got a deal of the day today, ladies and gentlemen, and you're not going to believe this, but this strand is completely natural. Absolutely perfect rounds in perfect natural colours, including two of the most rare colours that you can get in your natural freshwater pearls, being that pink and that metallic purple. And also they are perfectly graduated. This was no mean feat, I can tell you that. So many different sizes, and guess what? It's not just about the strand. you get something to finish this off as well. They are absolutely glorious. Genuinely, since I've put these on, I felt like I've just had silk draped around my neckline. It is a phenomenal, phenomenal look. And you have the chance to own it today. It's part of our deal of the day a little bit later on. Shall we get kicking off? Let's go. How about something brand new for you? And of course, it's a pearl strand. This is a very special silver colour. When you're looking at this, you can tell it's silver. You know, we've had a lot of greys on recently, and the greys themselves seem to give you a almost yellow back tone, don't they? Almost a yellow pearlescence. Boy, these do not. Take a look at these, because you've got pinks and blues in abundance on the surface of them. Wow, true, huge luxury silver pearls. Can you see all those elements of green in there as well? That kind of green to blue hue that you've got. These are going to work exceptionally well with the likes of your jadeite because of that. They really are going to set the tone for that kind of very high-end look and appeal, and marry in perfectly together. Now, if you've never ordered with us before, now is your chance. It's 0800 644 655. Get that basket opened whilst you can, because the earlier that you open it, the more opportunity you have to put things in that basket, and it's only one postage and packaging up until midnight, so make the most of that. It's just £2.95, and why not start off with a luxury pearl? I mean, when you've got something of this size, of this calibre, you really are working with something, I think, that deserves a lot of time, effort and energy. You could really simply silk knot these. Wouldn't it be great if we had silk on today, on a spool? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Would be lovely if we had some silk on today. Gosh, I think I've actually got something in my eye now. Oh, blind. Set the alarm for this morning. So looking forward to the kit. Oh, I'm so glad. Well, well done you. The early bird absolutely can catch the worm today. So get ready and raring. Hi, Becky and Linda. Good morning. Looking forward to the show. Whoa. Is that whoa? Whoa. Whoa. That necklace is more. Whoa. That necklace is gorgeous. It is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, luxury size pearls. Let's get that price in at £14.95. These are luxury size. These are big. These are bold. These are beautiful. These are a statement. They've got that glorious silver colour to them, giving you every single amount of pearlescence. Some of your favourite colours of pearlescence, actually, that you could want to get your hands on here. And this is an absolutely beautiful effect that will go so sensationally well with some of the elements that we've got in our kit. Imagine them with some of these really elegant. Would you like that?
I do like that.
Look how perfectly they go. These coming up in that kit for you very, very soon indeed. So do keep your eyes peeled. £14.95 on your luxury size pearls. Good work to every single one of you. Now, I'm actually going to get started on the kit now. You've still got opportunity on those pearls, but I am going to get started on the kit because we've got so much in here. I'm going to start off with your hair combs and your pearls first things first. Now, hair combs, hair bands, what are they? What do they do? They go in your hair, as the name suggests, but they do so much more than that. With the likes of your combs like this, you can place them into your hair, and they can actually help not only adorn the hairline, but actually help with the likes of an updo to add extra security. The great thing about our hair combs is that they are metal. That means that you can move these, you can bend these, you can shape these, so that you don't even have to use them as hair bands as hair combs if you don't want to. You can adorn these to give really dramatic and dynamic looks, and they're the type of thing that you can wear for those big occasions or everyday appeal. So you're getting a selection of those, 5 of them in total for you to get your hands on. The hair bands now, these are one of our newer ranges, and I think they are our comfiest. I think. I didn't buy a set of these, but I got the opportunity to wear some of these a couple of weeks ago, and comfort is absolutely true. We've really thought about this. You haven't got the flattened end here or a big huge base here. It's a really small doming, which means there's less of that kind of pressure because it's on that ball detail. It's got a lovely amount of movement on this one, and it has got the opportunity to be manipulated as well if you so wanted to. You can actually even wear it just as a talk if you wanted to. Just as a really simple talk style necklace, done, dusted, have a pendant from it. I mean, that's simple and done, isn't it? No need to worry about that. Look at those pearls. So you've got all of those, and you're getting, how many of these? 10 is my guess. Yes, 10. 10 of those in total. There we go. Then you've got, stick it with the silver theme because it is one of your favourites. We've got some wire here for you. Now this is your 0.4, idyllic for doing that tiara twist, which is a technique which we will learn often when we start out in the jewellery making world, because it is one of those techniques that we can use time and time and time again. Wire work, if you do want to use this for your wire work pieces, it's going to be doing great weaves and a great way to add on gems as well. I've also got in here for you, I'm not finished yet, by the way, I'm still going. Let's go for the pearls, shall we? Because these, you know when you see something and you can tell it's good quality and then you actually get to feel it and you can sense the quality? That's what's just happened with these. I have got for you here 2 strands of your cultured pearls, and these are a 5 to 6 mil. Can you see how beautiful that orient is on these? Absolutely idyllic, so smooth, not loads of pits or marks or swirls on these. A real nice integrity actually to the surface of these, which I think gives a really beautiful effect, and it gives that feeling of high end without being too over the top due to its size. Really glorious. 2 strands of that, as you can see. And then last, but by no means least, AB 4 mil Swarovski crystals. That Aurora Borealis colour, wow, what a dream these are next to the pearls. I bet you had fun with these, didn't you, Linda?
Oh, they're just stunning, totally stunning. They're one of the very few things that work well with organics and gemstones. Yeah, absolutely. That's really what I can say about Swarovski crystal is it's an icing on the cake type of thing. Yeah, it doesn't fight; it just melds beautifully. Yeah. It really does. With pearls and with gemstones. It works so perfectly, and you can see that with Linda's designs, can't you? So that's all the goodies that we have in this collection. In total, we've got, and just to let you know, we've got 48 of those Swarovski crystals, which is a huge amount to have. Really, really kind of creme de la creme style we've got here. You have got 5 of your hair combs, 10 of your hair bands, 10 meters worth of your wire, 2 strands of your pearls, and 48 of your Swarovski. We're dropping that price in straight away because there's a lot of interest on this, so we don't want to waste time. Your price point today is just £24.95. Did you expect that, Linda? Not really, no.
No.
Sorry about that sound effect.
The noise, as attractive as it was, I'll be honest, Linda, it was an attractive noise.
Well, it wasn't preconceived, I can assure you.
No.
Not at all.
No. Not even slightly.
No. I mean, it's the one thing that I don't do here. I do get my fingers into lots of sort of, but I don't ask about prices first because I do like to have a genuine reaction. Definitely.
And one thing I would say, and I don't know if you agree with me on this, and this is at JewelleryMaker prices. I'm not talking about prices out there on the high street. At JewelleryMaker prices, for the quality that I can see in these pearls alone, minimum, and this would be a sale price I would expect on them, would be $9.95 each.
Easily.
That's what I would expect. But actually, even if they were just £10 each, that would mean that 48 Swarovski crystals, 5 headbands, 10 hair combs, 10 metres worth of wire would be about £4.95.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that I would go up on those pearls. I really do, because the orient on them is stunning. They're classic white. They're almost round. and then with the mixing in the crystals with them, yeah, no, I mean, no, yes, no, whatever. I still haven't got my breath back.
I think it's astonishing, in particular as a well-known crafting store, they have metal hairbands, and their metal hairbands are £3.50 for one. Hours of working out about 41 pence as part of this collection. I mean, that is astonishing, isn't it? And that's why there is so much interest. There are people coming in from all over the world, all over the country. So please, please, please do make sure you're up early. Why not make the most of it? Put it in your basket, check it out of that basket. I've got an okay quantity, but nowhere near as many as I would hope. Get these, early bird catching the world, get him, world? Early bird catching the world. It's quite a large bird. But, early bird catching the worm is right. Get it before everyone else wakes up. We are really quickly going to move on to the next section, which is the seed bead collection. Now, this is limited, and I'm forewarning you on that. There's 40 available, well, 39, forgive me, 39 available. How were the seed beads, please?
Fabulous, fabulous. I mean, I know we have sort of demonstrated with lots of our designers about what, you know, everybody does with seed beads, I suppose, and everybody has seemed to have reacted quite differently with the seed beads and what they use them for and do with them. I've sort of inadvertently, I didn't realise this would happen with me, but I've gone along sort of more of an embroidery type. I think it's my textile thing going on. Yeah. So I've sort of somehow gone into seed bead embroidery, and I am loving every second of it. Yeah.
Is it kind of opening up a new door for you in a way?
It's opened up a whole new... It's reignited my passion, if I needed a spark, for jewellery making, because it's such a diverse subject.
It really is.
And embroidering seed beads is just wonderful because you don't really have to follow any patterns. No. It's just a flow.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there. 39 quantity at this moment in time. I can't encourage you enough to get in on the phone lines. You know it's going to be a great price. The colours of these are phenomenal. I love how separate they can look and how together they tie in perfectly. Seed bead wise, you've got these two different colours. As you can see, you've got that lovely lilac, which is a really big colour for this year, and you've got that pearl colour as well, which will go great with your pearls. You've also got in here, which will help with the embroidery aspect of this, your seal-on thread. Now, can I just double check something with you? Is it white seal-on? Because, and charcoal, I'm missing a white one. Okay, you will get a white and a charcoal, so you'll get into that. Wow, the price of that then is even more shocking to me, knowing we've got both of them. Seal-on, very, very strong cord, very, very fine, perfect for this kind of work, and so much more. You've also got... Oh, look at the sparkle on these ones. These are the ones I showed you next to those luxury pearls I brought to you moments ago. These are your Swarovski again, and they are absolutely high shine. The amount of colour you're getting from these is incredible, with that really, really interesting effect over the surface of them. I think they are captivating. And as well... Ooh. Perfect here with your AB. These are your AB crystals. These are 3mm. Perfect with the ones you've got in the previous ones. These ones that you've got in the tray are your True 2, and these are your 2mm. 600 of those ones. So your Swarovski going perfectly with each of these different styles. Over half of my stock has gone. Your price point today, got to bring it on for you. Sorry, £24.95. That is something sensational. That is something individual, and that is not an opportunity to miss. And boy, you're not missing it. I'm already in my teens on quantity by the looks of things, so please do ensure you're getting in as quickly as you can. Join us on JewelleryMaker.com. This is going to be a complete sellout within the next couple of minutes, and I do want to let you know that if you do still want to get your hands on the likes of the pearls and the Swarovski crystals in the other set when you miss out on these, because I know a lot of you will, and I do apologise for that, but if you do want to still get your hands on the other Swarovski crystals and those pearls and headbands, etc., they are still available. This is extremely low in quantity now. If everyone were to check out, I would be close to over allocation, very, very close indeed. I've got so many many people with this in their baskets at £24.95 for these, which we have, you know, referred to time and time again with these and the Too True, when we've referred to these as the kind of creme de la creme of the seed bead world. Absolutely perfectly designed for jewellery making in a very professional sense. You wouldn't expect that kind of price point at all. We're about to sell out. I've got 5 of those left. I've got about 17 in baskets, so please do be as quick as you possibly can. Now this one is the one to get those fabrics in. That's about to sell out. Do apologise if you've missed it. I was unfortunate enough to be off on the Shibori ribbon launch, and I absolutely adore the look, the feel, the designs. Please, Linda, tell us something about this and why you adore it so much, because I know that you do.
Well, this is another product that I've been trying, well, the buying team have been trying to get for probably 3.5 years now, to get this product right, and we've, thank goodness, we've achieved it. It's a, Shibori is a Japanese painting technique, and Shibori ribbon is a product of that. It's all handmade onto a large section of silk, white silk, is cut on the bias, and then it's twisted around a pole, all by hand, and then it is strung a little bit like the analogy, and I shouldn't perhaps use this early in the morning, but you know when you go to the butcher's and you have a piece of meat filleted and then you have it strung, a little bit like that, round and round and round and round and round, and then every foot or so it's ruched in, and then the process starts again, and this process is normally done with a very strong, very fine string, or like a monofilament fishing twine, and then it's hand painted. And then once that's dry, the magic is what you have when you open it out. And those sort of creases, the little tunnels and the little hills, ups and downs, are left from that process.
Wow.
If it's a little bit overpleated for what you need it for, you just need to put it near a light bulb or a very just slightly warm iron, and you can extend those creases a little. But I wonder why you would, but still. And consequently, that's why the process of Shibori textiles is such a fabulous thing, because you've got very much got those gorgeous stripes and tunnels and texture to follow.
Definitely. I think it's just glorious. The look of it, you can tell the work that's gone into it.
Absolutely.
You really can. You can. So worth it. So you've got those 2 different colours, as you can see in that one. You've got Lullaby and you've got Steam Cloud in there. You've also got, I adore Ultra Suede.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's so beautiful. It reminds me, every single time I feel it, it reminds me of that bit on your dog's nose. Do you know the bit just before it gets a bit soggy? Do you know the bit I mean? Okay, not the best description. You know, that bit there. Oh, that bit just there. That's what it's like. It's so soft. It's incredible against the skin, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it's sort of got a double whammy, really. You can use it basically as a liner if you want to, perhaps in a bangle, or obviously when you're embroidering or you're stitching, then all your work is shown at the back, so you can use the Ultra Suede to cover it, but you can also use it as a sew onto.
Yes.
Which I've done in this kit, in a couple of bracelets, so you can use it as a sew onto and it'll look absolutely beautiful, as well as, and then just use another length of it to cover up the work at the back.
Really beautiful, isn't it? I absolutely adore this collection. Look at how well those colours work together. Think of the work that goes into these. Think about how wearable these sheets are going to be. You're going to have a lot of fun with it. Your price point today, everybody. Really? Well, I'm not surprised that names went off my screen ages ago. Names went off my screen when I was, you know, still showing you all of this glorious Shibori ribbon. That is an incredible deal, isn't it?
It is an incredible deal. Shibori ribbon actually is a product that's quite difficult to get your hands on. It really and truly is. Anybody that stocks it, and I've only found 3. Yeah. And 2 of those are, one of them is in America and the other one's in France, so obviously you've got shipping on top of that, as well as. Of course. But 9 times out of 10 they also are out of stock, because it is a popular product, particularly in Europe. If you use the search engine and look at some Shibori ribbon, you will find the most divine designs, and as I say, it is really, really getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Phenomenal, isn't it? Hey Fleur, good morning, lovely. Amazing designs, Mrs. Brumwell. All inspiring. I cannot wait to receive these kits. Love to you both. Mwah, love to you. And Fleur I was talking to Fleur last night, and she was saying that she's coming on one of your workshops.
Oh, great. Oh, that'd be a hoot.
And I know it's the shibori one or the fabric one, because she was saying that she essentially thinks she's going to be rubbish. And she's going to be the mischievous one.
She will be. I agree on one point. She will definitely be the second one, without a doubt. But the first one, she will not be rubbish, I can assure you.
I bet she won't.
Such an easy technique to do.
Absolutely. Morning, ladies. Linda's kits are always awesome, and today's sound particularly so. Bring it on, JM, says Sue. Thank you very much, Sue. Morning, Jackie, saying morning, ladies. Dog walked early to get back in time for the show. So excited. You just wait, Jackie. Can you give your dog a little tickle just behind the ear for me? Thanks. Now, listen, if you want to text in 60777, start your text with the word JM Studio to get in touch. And do not forget for me, if you see any of the kits you like, you've got to be checking out soon. You can see all the names on there and it goes down and down and down. I must be low on quantity on the shibori now. 20 left. About 20 left, I've just been told. And we're not sure we've got any other shibori in stock at the moment. So if you want it, you've got to get it, and you've got to get it now. So do get yourselves on those phone lines or join us at JewelleryMaker.com. Hello, Linda.
Hello, Becky.
Good morning. How's your morning been?
Wonderful so far, actually. Yes, it was a joy to drive in this morning. Quiet roads, beautiful morning, and gorgeous kits.
So you're ready and raring and go, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got those pearls coming up later, and those pearls would go so well in this collection as well, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's the I hate talking about the next kit when I've got this one to involve myself in its sheer beauty.
Yeah.
But the next kit has got a product in it that will be
redefine, I think.
I think so. And I'll explain why I think that when we get there.
Honestly, you can't wait. And they will go beautifully in this selection too. Your pieces are absolutely incredible as always. Am I right in saying that this is the type of kit that when you got it, it inspired you so much that you just wanted to start on it straight away?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely.
And that doesn't always happen, obviously.
No, some kits are a little bit more, let's say, of a challenge.
Yeah.
And then there's this kit that is absolutely no challenge at all, only in, I've got so many ideas for it, which one shall I...
Which one should you do?
Which one to do? And again, it was one of those I didn't want to stop.
Which is the best form of creativity. And if you want to get that feeling, do get your hands on these kits. Very limited stock on the shibori, which is currently on your screen. Sold out entirely of the second part of the kit. And the first part of the kit with all of those beautiful pearls and the crystals and the hairbands, etc. Still a few of those available, but again, not as much stock as we would like to hope. So, what are we going to be learning today, please?
Right. Well, last weekend was the shibori launch, and obviously it was absolutely wonderful. But there probably were people that couldn't watch last week, and because we have shibori in this kit along with it was a little bit for me. I was thinking, well, what should I demo? Because there is so much there that I would like to, but the shibori, I thought we could just go over that again, because if somebody's bought that today and instinctively think, well, where do I start? Then let me just show you where you start, because then that absolutely is all you need to know, because the rest is it's just a flow. You don't need any other knowledge at all.
Perfect.
Except what to put where, which actually sometimes you struggle because they're so beautiful. Right, so with the ultra suede that we have in this kit, what I've done is I've just cut myself a little backdrop swatch. You can draw on with a pencil, obviously any shape that you want, but it's for the pendant in this collection that I'm going to demo now. So you can see I've slightly rounded the corners, and that's just to sort of ring the changes somewhat. You can, as I say, you can do any shape that you want, and the shibori ribbon will fit beautifully into whether it's a complex shape or whether it's a simple square or a rectangle. The shibori will change the whole thing anyway. So what I suggest you do is, as I've just recently said, is because you see the backing obviously behind of the needlework, is cut that first swatch, which is going to be what you're going to work on, and then cut another one for the backing. It's much easier to cut it before you've got any beading coming around the edge. You'll get a much more level edge, and just make it 2 mil larger all the way around the perimeter of the shape that you've made. Okay?
Okay.
So, we're coming on to the shibori now. Now, the shibori comes in 18-inch lengths, okay? And it stretches to 4 inches, roughly 4 inches in width. So, there is a lot of ribbon there. It might not look it when you first open your kit, but trust me, there is a lot of ribbon there, because you don't need to use the complete 4 inches. That's when it's compressed to its maximum with its little ups and downs, okay? But you can easily take 3, cut it into 3 lengths, and you'll still have plenty to work with. What I'm going to do for this particular one is I'll use the whole thing on this one, the whole width, because I've got quite a large width here. I will. This is just as a demo. On the piece that I've done there, I did cut half. Okay.
Okay.
So it's a matter of looking at the swatch that you. Forgive this black background, but I'm working with the white thing, so it keeps moving. So if I go about 4 or 5 mil, let's say, above, or just under a centimetre above the height of that swatch, and then come down at the same level at the base. Don't over worry this. Just get the scissors and cut it straight through. Okay. Then, because you've got this natural sort of concertina look, the way to start in order to give yourself these beautiful ups and downs to work with is to pinch together just at the top. Okay, just give it a little bit of a pinch so that you're keeping those little ups and downs, not necessarily tidily, that doesn't matter, but then you take a needle. I've got a size, let me put that back there now, I need the white now beneath me. This is a size 10 needle. The reason why I'm using size 10 with the seal-on is extremely narrow, if that's the word. I couldn't think of the right word there. It's fine. It's a fine thread, but incredibly strong. Vicky and I just couldn't, we were pulling at it last week and we couldn't break it. So it's incredibly strong, so don't worry about giving it a tug when you need to. So what you do is you take the needle, you pop a knot in the end of your thread, and then it's about this centimetre down, or you can go higher, it all depends. The more shibori that you do, the more ideas that you'll get. And then you just take the needle and let it go in and out of the little crevices. Okay, a little bit like a concertina, like a fan. Right, simple as that. And then pull your thread through so that the knot obviously stops, and give it a little bit of a pull. Okay, just keep an eye on the thread the whole time, that you don't get the double part of the thread stuck in there, because you will have a little bit of a job releasing that, because it is going to get quite tight in there. And then the next thing to do is to come back with the needle from the exit of the thread. Don't come over the top, don't do that. From the exit of the thread, take the needle, don't worry about it if it's going in slightly different holes. That's what you want, otherwise actually the thread would come out, wouldn't it, if it went in the same one?
Yeah.
Give it a tug through again, and at this point now you can really start to gather it. And basically what we're getting now is like a fan on that little bit of excess there. So I'm just going to go through one more time. Okay, just give the needle a little bit of a wobble, push it through and give it a tug. Okay, so now we've got this tightly gathered edge, right, which will enable me then to arrange that shibori ribbon really, you're governed by the ribbon itself. It quite often lets you know where it wants to go. So the next thing to do is to place the ribbon wherever on the backdrop, and then with the thread coming out from the top of the ribbon, just pop your needle back through, tiny little stitches. The only thing that you need to have skill-wise is a running stitch, a simple running stitch, or a simple in and out stitch. It doesn't get more complex than that. No embroidery skills whatsoever. Then come back from the back, a little bit further along, and then fairly close by that stitch, take the needle back in again, and then we'll just come back now to the other side and pop the needle back up from the back, tiny little stitch to sort of seal it in and bring it back through. And what we can do now is the exciting part, is we can now bring the threads out, sorry, the ribbon out. You see that beautiful, beautiful effect that you get, which is really going to set you on the way of where the seed beads, pearls, or whatever else you're going to be using will start to run. So I'm just going to pull those out. And then it's a matter of then, don't worry too much about any edge here with the ribbon. You don't have to cover the edge. The beauty of shibori ribbon work, I'm sorry if I'm sounding excited, I think if I'm really gabbling on, but I'm really
No,
really
don't worry, you can tell, you can feel it, definitely.
Is you don't have to worry too much what shape the ribbon ends up, or whether you've got any sort of little raw edges, because wherever, there's... So we make a mistake, wherever there's a little mistake, we've missed something or other, you cover that with a bead, okay? Because there's no rhyme nor reason with pattern. Any of the edges, which actually is quite a good thing to have edges, because you can then work around the perimeter of the shibori and fill all this with seed beads or pearls or crystals. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just that. So I'm literally going to bring my needle right down, it's probably a couple of centimetres, right down to the ribbon, and bring it up, and then the only thing is to keep that next stitch down quite close to the exit of the other. Okay, and then we can start doing a bit of shaping. So we'll bring that ribbon down to the base. Don't worry either about any raw edges. With shibori ribbon, it's silk. Raw edges on silk are glorious. If you personally are, think, oh, I don't want that raw edge, then just tuck it underneath a fold, okay, and stitch it in. You can stitch it in if it appears later, you can stitch it in with a bead, but trust me, any texture and that comes off pure silk can only add to designs, particularly if you're looking for sort of a shabby chic. So we're coming in right down at the base now and sealing it in there, making sure that I don't over tighten, and put a stitch in. Okay, and then following the ribbon around, I'm going to jump over here and just put another stitch in. Okay, it doesn't matter where that stitch goes as long as it's tiny. It doesn't matter at all, because if there are any stitches, as I've just said, that you see, you cover with a bead. And I'm just going to bring it up, jump it up to the top around here, and then just seal it in again. And then I'm ready to start playing with the beads. Do you want to bring that one in now?
I'm going to, if I may.
That's absolutely fine.
Because we're thinking, how perfectly does this go with these designs?
Absolutely beautiful.
Because of the fluidity, if that's the right word, of the shibori, and because of the natural fluidity, don't forget, in opal like this, you've got around about sort of between 3 and 20% liquid actually captivated within here and in the makeup of it. It just seems to work idyllically.
Absolutely.
It really does, doesn't it?
It just makes you want to go, oh.
Yes, yes. It's absolutely glorious. And the way it goes with that, kind of lullaby colour works perfectly. How would you incorporate something like this genuine natural blue opal into your designs?
Well, again, if I was like the pendant I'm doing now, I would stitch them in. The thing about working with shibori and organics gemstone seed beads is just go with the flow. I keep saying that, but you do go with the flow, and somehow and everything and anything works.
Yeah.
This opal, I would probably stitch in with the crystals.
I love that
on that
idea.
particular design.
I love
I'd probably with the crystals that are stitched in onto the ribbon.
Yeah.
I'd probably put an occasional one of those in, and then I'd probably do that roll at the base with the tassel drop. I'd do that in that opal too.
Really is, isn't it? I think this is such a glorious opportunity. Final 100, I think, or so of these, which seems like a lot, but it's not, because this has been so popular. Genuine and natural. The glow of this, £8.95. That is genuinely an astonishing deal. This is natural, this is real, this is your African opal. It's not something that we have been able to get in really before, 6 months ago, and we are getting to the end of it because you absolutely love and adore it. When you've got, look at that glow on this recording. Can you see what I mean about that fluidity? You can almost sense that glorious kind of natural aspect of all of that liquid inside here naturally occurring. It works perfectly with the fluidity of the shibori ribbon, and I think if you want to really finish off these designs and you do want to add genuine gemstones to this collection, then this is going to be, for me, the best way to do it. Not only is it the colour, the fluidity, but it's also the size and the facet work on these, which just works so gloriously alongside that ribbon. $8.95 on that one for you.
On the white ultra suede bracelet.
Yeah.
Stitched in between those pearls. One of those, and then with the little pearls around the edge.
Just add a pop. That will be so beautiful. So beautiful indeed. I really, really adore that strand. Well done to you all. Okay, so final 5 minutes with you, Linda.
Okay, now all it is now is just literally a matter of stitching in. As I said before, the shibori will really help you with that. What I've done now is where I've got this sort of little gathering area here at the top, where I first started bringing in with the shibori, where it's pinched in here. I've brought my needle out at the side of it, okay? And this is now when I can start to work with you often get a knot. So just it's a little bit like working with the soutache as well, working with bringing the thread through quite slowly so that the thread can follow it through without getting one of those magic knots. Now, I'm picking up some seed beads. Now, I apologise, they're all over the place. It's just a technique that I have. I tend to pick them up on my middle finger, and they just quite happily sit there. Obviously, everybody has their own ways. You can have the little bead mat, which are really, really pence, really. I think we may have some on the website that you can pick up from. But, everybody that works with seed beads has different ways. Yeah. So I'm loading my needle from off the top of my finger, which you can see is obviously a very well thought out technique. And then you can always take the beads off if there's too many, but very rarely does that happen. That's another thing that happens wonderfully, is that most times you pick a bead up, it fits the space. So I've just got them onto my needle. I'm going to let them drop down onto the shibori, and then what I'm going to do then is I just before I stitch, I let them just drop, okay? Now what I want them to do is I want them to sit slightly proud here. So I get my needle, and just on that very edge of that shibori there, take it through, and then again gently bring the needle through until it just sits in place. And that's just sitting nicely proud there, which is exactly what I want. And I'm just going to bring in, well, I'll talk this through because I want to get a pearl in. What I would then do would be to bring the needle back in, which I'm going to do anyway because I have to. Every time it's most frustrating if you load the needle up and the needle is in the wrong direction. So we'll always bring the needle back through after every stitch. Bring the needle through. What I would do now would be to put another row that side of that one that's standing proud, a little bit tighter, and then one on the other side. What I'm going to do now is bring in a pearl. So I'm just going to take one of the gorgeous pearls.
If you do want these stunning pearls, you've got 2 strands in the kit, as well as 10 headbands, 5 hair combs, 10 meters worth of wire, and you also got the Swarovski crystals in there as well. That's currently on your screen. Not a huge quantity left, so 0800 644 655. Get them whilst you can.
So I've let the pearl drop down. Okay, now I'm going to take the needle. I'm going to keep that pearl quite close to the work and sort of pinch it with my thumb so that it stays in exactly the right place I want it to do. Pop the needle back through, and again, watching the root of the thread, and really give it quite a bit of a tug. You won't break the thread, okay? Now what I would do, which I'm not going to do now because of a time thing, is I would bring my, which I'm going to bring the thread back, but I would take my thread back through that pearl again, okay, just to give it a little bit more security. So bring the thread back through, find the hole, go back through again, and then exit towards you, and then I'll pop on a little 3mm Swarovski crystal, which I've got to use before you go on to the next item, and then just let it drop where it wants to, and that's just dropped into one of the little sort of crevices, which is just divine because my needle's going to go back in. And then again, when you give it a little tug, it'll just sit in that line absolutely beautifully.
It is like it's telling you where it wants to go.
Absolutely. I mean, and I would oversew that one more time. Only on the crystals and only on the pearls would I oversew twice. And what I'll do is I'll just pick up just a few. Again, you can use as many, as few as you want. And it doesn't have to be preconceived at all. This is the joy of it. You can sit outside in the garden like I did yesterday, or you can sit in front of the TV and just do your embroidery. So what I've done now is I've popped on some of the little seed beads, and I've brought those down to the shibori ribbon, just push them up to where the exit of that seal-on is from the crystal. I've let them sit where they want to, and then again, bring the needle in, give that a little bit of a tug, so that sits beautifully in that crevice. Now, if you do get a little space up here, that you think, oh, there's a bit of space, just bring a bead in. And that is all there is to shibori ribbon seed bead embroidery. It's just a matter of carrying on with it. There's never too much, there's never too little. Whether it's loaded or whether it's just a small amount of gemstones, pearls, whatever, it always looks beautiful. And it's nothing more to it than that. And
yet, you managed to create these individual, unique designs, kind of led very much by that exquisite fabric. Linda, you are an incredible designer and you're such a great teacher. Thank you so much for doing that. We're going to be back with Linda a little bit later on because we have a very special pearl strand in our second kit, don't we?
We do.
It's really difficult to say too much without giving it all away, but how do you think people at home are going to feel when they know?
I hope you're feeling elated and excited. I mean, this is a product that's been long in the source. It's been very difficult to find and to get.
Very difficult.
And it's for me, I'll tell you it's pearls. I think we've already told you that, but they are so unique.
Yep.
They have got so much of every... I mean, Becky's good with describing words, as my little granddaughter said to me yesterday. Aww. But there are so many more I'm sure we can put to these pearls that we haven't thought of yet.
Honestly, you're going to fall in love. Thank you so much, Linda, as always. Right here, right now, something perfect for your pearl weekend. Not one, not two, but 3 strands. Are you still by? When you have so many pearls, it's tricky sometimes to know exactly how to tie them in together. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes it's interesting because I think if you own, very very high-end gemstones, you know, the likes of your diamonds, the likes of your zircons, you know, very high, very rare gems, I think they naturally will tie in together no matter really what their shape or what their size. Pearls can be a little bit more tricky. Don't worry though, because we've done the work here for you. We have got 3 pearls in different styles, but all in the idyllic colour, working so well together. Whatever you decide to create with these, you know it's going to match, it's going to look high-end, and it's going to look effortlessly chic. Because this as a collection is so entirely comprehensive. It really, really, truly is. We have such a vast amount of pearls in here that just work epically well together. What you get with this hue, this silver colouring, is that beautiful opportunity for the natural metallic look to actually be enhanced by that metallic colouring. So you've got these 2 kind of different elements of that metallic that really boost these pearls. Because we've got them in the idyllic colour, because we've got them in the same natural kind of, you know, organic, as it were, you have got the symmetry with each and every one of these. Meaning that if you wish to do, for example, a very standardised, very traditional, maybe, I don't know, with the likes of silks design, then you know that you would be able to get it with these, because you can you know, add that 3 maybe loop stranded design, and then it's going to work. Alternatively though, because of how perfectly comprehensive these are together, you could do almost the shibori style that we've just learned from Linda with these, and almost let them lead and guide the way, knowing full well, again, because they're so comprehensive together, they are going to work. This is going to be the type of collection that you purchase, that you get home, that you fall in love with, and that you are amazed at how effortlessly fun this collection will be to work with. It ties in together. You've got 3 different styles, as you can see. You've got your 8x9 big bold, you've got your potato pearls in the 5x6, and you've got those delicate nuggets in there as well. All of them today for just £18.95. When I said effortless, I didn't just mean about your designs, I meant about that price point as well. That is working out about £6.33 per strand. Bear in mind, you've got elements of luxury sizes in here. Bear in mind the work, time and effort that we've got to make sure these are idyllic and together and beautiful. It means that whatever your design, whatever your style, it's going to work. And these aren't measly, these aren't small pieces. You haven't got, you know, the 4 mils in any aspect to these. You've got big, bold looks. You've got, you know, you've got so many different designs here. I would say you've got the very, very traditional down that centre, you know, your kind of catwalk glamour, those, you know, kind of evenings out to dinner with your friends look. You've got the central ones, which for me are going to be the ones that maybe you pop on a Sunday afternoon when you're going down to maybe, you know, head down to the shops. Perfect size to be able to do for a bracelet. And then here you've got, for me, that strand which will be the one that you throw on when you're going out to walk the dog, the one that you throw on when you're going to the beach, the one that you know, pop on to give you a little bit of a shabby chic boho look. You have got absolutely all that you need in here and more, and boy do you know it. So many people adding this to their order. Are you surprised that so many people are adding it to their order, Linda?
Absolutely not. I mean, absolutely beautiful. I mean, the least of all, it'll go absolutely beautifully with the last kit. But a graduated 3-strand drop of silver pearls is just going to look so elegant, isn't it?
It really is going to look super sophisticated.
That's the thing about pearls, isn't it? You can go really simple and they look glorious, or you can actually go quite complex and they still look glorious.
Yes, they do. They really do. And these are real pearls as well. And I think that helps with the glorious look.
Yeah, so, I mean, that colour is sublime. I mean, you know, so from the nacre of those pearls, you've got like a bit like this next, the next sort of big set of pearls that we're bringing in with the kit, but it's like a prismatic effect. There's all the colours of the prism, isn't that, in there? And you can see everyone in that.
Totally agree with you. Well done to everyone who got those. Not a huge stock on them, but please do be quick if you do want them. I have got for you now, I adore these. These are absolutely eye-catching. Now, what is this? Where is the stud detail to these ones? There they are. Let me show you. This is where you will have something we call an ear jacket. And what you have with these is that really beautiful element of the jacket detail. Now what you have here is the really high-end detail and design to the leaf effect. And you've got the bar section, which I've just found over here, which goes through the top element. So essentially what you get is you get a stud pair of earrings, which is a genuine topaz stud pair of earrings, which you could just wear as a pair if you want to for those casual days. And then the bar itself will go through the ear, through the design, and this will essentially peek out from below the lobe. What you have here is an everyday effect to a really high-end, glamorous look and detail. And you can actually wear these, and I think here at JewelleryMaker there are very, very small things that we do that give a big difference. And we've actually put the 2 holes in there so that you can wear them at different lengths below the lobe. And I think that it's that kind of detail that really does grab your imagination with these ones. They are genuine sterling silver, and the amount of topaz you have in here is epic. You've got, you know, just shy of a carat's worth of your topaz in here. Look at that. Wow. Do you know what I really like the idea of? Wear the studs that have got beautiful topaz studs in the day, and then just pop the bases maybe in your purse or in a little side pocket in your bag. These are the types of things that you can wear just the stud in the day, and then when your work colleagues say, oh, should we go for a quick drink later, you can pop on that final detail to just add a little spruce. And I will let you know that there is a loop there as well, so that you can add chain to these, gemstones to these. You've got the little loop there so that you can really go wild with your designs. These are in fashion. These are absolutely beautiful. If you want them, now's your chance. And they're just £27.95 for you today. That is copying that launch price offer that we did on these for you. I think these are incredible. They look so high-end. Genuinely, if I saw a picture of a very well-known celebrity at a film premiere in something like these, it wouldn't shock me. Do you know what I mean? It's that kind of prestige, isn't it? It's that kind of element of decadence that we've got with these. Linda, I've got to say, you seem to have been captivated by these for the last few minutes.
They're fabulous. I've only seen them on air, I think once. I've seen them on air once. I've not seen them in the flesh.
No.
And to be honest, they're far more beautiful than when I first sort of looked at them on air, as it were. So when you get them home, I mean, they just look like diamonds.
Yes, they really do.
And they've got that attention to detail and the design that a diamond could well be in.
You're right. Yeah, it really could be.
Yeah.
That would be complete catwalk, wouldn't it?
Totally.
Yeah,
totally. I mean, that could sit quite happily in a little tiny round window in the middle of a very upmarket Dubai mall.
Definitely.
And catch anybody's eye.
Completely agree with that. That's actually quite an interesting point to make, Director Ollie. Well done you. Again, idea of the day. Because of the loop that I talked to you about, because of the loop what I've talked to you about, you could actually, this is just an idea, I'm taking all these things and I'm moving with it. Imagine Tree of Life pendant. So you get jump ring at the top here. It's got a Tree of Life feel about it, hasn't it? And then maybe add some gemstone drops to here, or even chainmail to the bottom of that. And then you've still got your stud earrings. £27.95. Oh, over 2/3 of the stock allocated on those ones. I do completely apologise. Now, do you own diamonds? Do you own natural cognac diamonds? Would you be able to, do you think? Maybe if you've got a spare £600–700, well, I've got an alternative. For me, I'd prefer to own this for numerous reasons, but I'll tell you all about it very, very shortly. I've got a very special gemstone coming up for you a little bit after the break. Do stay tuned. I've got loads more. I've got those incredible, brand new, unique, individual pop bang wow pearls that you've never seen before, connectors galore, and so much more. See you on the other side of this door. So sorry.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. Because sometimes you look at something and think you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it and you've just made it, you think that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, yeah, that looks really good, that looks quite professional, and I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished. First of all, you think something so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for atmosphere, sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you, you get to see the same people on a regular basis, and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with JewelleryMaker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with JewelleryMaker. You can now book JewelleryMaker workshops online. Just head over to our JewelleryMaker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Did you know that if you go to JewelleryMaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you'll receive 10% off your first order with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, themed shows, program guides and Jewellery Maker tutorials. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Welcome back everybody to JewelleryMaker. My name's Becky and it's just a hoot to be here with you today. It really is. I love pearls and I think this pearl weekend we have just shown exactly how incredibly diverse we can be, and today my deal of the day is so so elegant, so incredibly high-end, and truly one of the most... Now, I think we use this word often, but I'm going to use it in its proper term. I think this is so close to the most perfect strand of pearls you could ever get. Perfect, possibly an overused word, but absolutely apt for this strand, I believe. It truly is, isn't it? Oh, I'm so excited to bring that to you. That's coming up a little bit later. I was talking about cognac diamonds before the break, and they strand very similar, coming up for you soon. It's not a diamond, but boy, you couldn't get much closer. You really couldn't. They're coming up for you at about 10 to, so do make sure you stay tuned for that. How do you feel about chrome dioxide? I love and adore chrome dioxide also. Russian chrome dioxide, an incredibly difficult gemstone to get your hands on, but boy, is it worth it. Oh, the vitality, the vibrancy is eye-catching. Get ready for this to illuminate your screens. Wow, hardly any of these available, less than 55 available, less than 50 available for you today. This is genuine, real deal Russian chrome dioxide. This gemstone has been essentially impossible for us to get our hands on. It really, really has. We had the worst yields in 2015 for this gemstone because of numerous reasons, including the fact that the weather itself wasn't quite up to par and that less and less miners are coming back. The fact of the matter is that the mining process this year is still very much unknown, still very much in that kind of limbo stage at the moment, which is meaning it's becoming incredibly difficult to get very, very good quality. This is great quality. Look at those greens and that vibrancy that you're getting. It's not just your dull, your flat, your bottle green that you can get in the lower quality chrome dioxide relatively easily. It's not that at all. It's got vitality, it's got that oomph, it's got that boost that you absolutely want to look for in top end. And you can tell this is top end Russian chrome dioxide, because if it wasn't, why would we bother putting it with so much genuine sterling silver? It's luxury on luxury, one of the rarest gemstones in the world, which is very high in price, on luxury precious metal, all at £14.95. That is just your opportunity now to call. You do not want to be going anywhere at all today. This is high end, this is glorious, this is so bright and bold. It's not over the top, it's not obtuse, it is the perfect length if you want to do maybe a necklace with an extender at the back and you'll still have enough left over for, you know, your earrings or your bracelet. £14.95. I genuinely believe we would find it hard to buy the Russian chrome dioxide of this quality at that price point ourselves now. Do you agree with me, lovely Linda?
Absolutely. What struck me was the clarity of it.
Yeah.
Isn't it? You can, the light's refracting beautifully through it. It's unmistakably chrome dioxide green. They're uniform, they're cut beautifully. I mean, that is just a ready-made piece of jewellery and at an astonishing price. But it's just unmistakably chrome dioxide green for me. Yeah. The sparkle that's coming off it is wonderful. And at that price, I mean, when we first introduced these gemstone chains, I think the very cheapest one that we did was $19.95, the very cheapest one that we did. And that would probably have been a quartz of some description.
Yeah.
But to get to this level, with all the history and, so let's say the histrionics that go on with chrome dioxide, you know, with the mining and everything, it's an astonishing price.
Well, first time out of the gates, this was £21.95.
Really?
Yeah. £21.95, which is an incredible price. So you've got yourself a real discount today at £14.95. How about adding a little bit of kind of a sultry effect? Black spinel in rounds that are faceted. That doesn't happen often at all in huge pieces like this, does it? That really, really doesn't. Your average size of a spinel is quite small actually in general, in particular on natural spinel. When you're looking at your spinel, you know, if you're getting a piece that's over half a carat, you've essentially got the elite of the elite pretty much, you really have, and you can be paying big amounts of money for anything that's to that size. Mother Nature can bring us very large pieces, but these are often saved as specimens. They're often taken into, you know, museums, etc. To actually be created and made into jewellery, as soon as you've got over half a carat in a piece, you have got the elite of the elite. Some of these, I would definitely say, have to be in size over that. They are absolutely huge. People checking out straight away, absolutely understandably. Going to go epically well with these pearls that we had on for you earlier, the silver ones, but also going to go great with the very special addition to our collection that I have coming up for you in the second kit. This is a big strand. You've got a 5mm to a 7mm on these ones, and what a glorious look. So many people checking out. Why do you think people are snapping this up so quickly?
For a black gemstone, I think it's the one, spinel is the one that gives you the sparkle, the bling, the intensity of the deep black, but with that overall silveriness of the glitter that's coming off of it. It just looks, it looks expensive.
Yes.
And it's not expensive from here.
No, you're right. It is in other places.
Exactly, I'm going to back that one up. Oh. And just restranded, that would look absolutely beautifully. Gorgeously wonderful. But I was just thinking with that chrome dioxide chain, little sort of inch lengths of the chrome dioxide, and then a spinel, and then another spinel on a rosary link, and then an inch of the chrome dioxide on a long necklace. I think we're forgetting it. Quite some time has passed since we've actually done any long necklaces, and they're just so elegant, and would be so elegant in that astonishing green and that astonishingly blingy black.
Really would, wouldn't it? I just want to say to you all that there are so many of you who've already checked out on this, and I've got the perfect pairing with it, which I'm going to show you in a second. I'm going to give the final few of you the chance to own this. Your price point today. Now, I don't really like the word should, as in should be, because I don't think this should actually be that price. I wouldn't expect that. All of you have already checked out, and well done to you. I'm about to drop the price point. All of you have already checked it out, and there are more of you. Everyone pays the final closing price. If you get in early, it means that you don't have to do the whole elbows at dawn thing, which is obviously a well-known phrase. £9.95 for you, an absolute treat of a deal. This is black spinel. This is the gemstone which, you know, has that diamond-like appeal and luster that is in one of our most workable shapes and sizes. So many of you coming in and getting this. It really is truly an incredible opportunity. £9.95. I cannot get over that. I think at £15 this was a fantastic jewellery maker opportunity and deal. I need to show it you, if I may, with this gem. Cognac diamonds have a high RI, have a really rich and intense colour, and have all of that naturally. This gemstone has it too. And honestly, the fact that this is going to be under... Do you know what? I'm not even going to tell you, because you won't believe me. I just want to show you it alongside the spinel. Anyone else thinking serious, genuine, real deal cognac diamond? It reminds me of Argyle diamond. It really does. It really does. Even with that kind of, that amount of sparkle. That's coming up for you at around about 10 to 10, cowboy time. Love that. Have you heard of that? 10 to 10. 10 to 10, 10 to 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. No? No, that's a thing.
That's weird.
Have you not heard of that? Really? No. I thought that was like a thing.
I like that.
Like, you know, breakfast, lunch, cowboy time.
I like it.
10 to 10, 10 to 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. No? Gonna stop now. Well done, everybody. Well done, everyone. Now, I'm about to bring to you sterling silver, okay? And I'm about to bring it to you in kind of a mini showcase form. These are some of our biggest, best, most loved collectors items that we have here for you. And you're going to be able to see it when I show you the spool. Genuine sterling silver on a spool in your extender chain design. Now this can be used as an extender chain with 3 meters worth. Boy, you're going to be able to get a fair few extenders out of this, because if we are looking at, you know, your average extender is what, about 2 inches. You're going to be able, you've got 40 inches in a meter, which means you're going to be able to get a few kind of extenders from this if that's all you're using it for. But for me, because of how beautiful that sterling silver is, it means that you're going to be able to create necklace designs with this time and time again. With sterling silver, it's 92.5% genuine silver, 7.5% ore, which helps with its kind of workability in different dyes and different forms. With this, oh, just look at the linkage on that. Look how beautifully it flows. Even though I've kind of looped it over and moved it around, you can still see that wonderful fluidity of this. You can imagine that resting on the collarbone, can't you? And really highlighting some of the most feminine parts of the body. It's actually a very, very, very kind of unisex chain that we've got here as well. And if you did want to work this as a necklace, as a bracelet, as an anklet, as headband pieces, you can. Now, obviously, you might not be able to do that with the likes of your necklace chains, but you can when you've got 3 meters worth. That is your price point. That is rolled down. That is £10 per metre. If you think about it this way, okay, our necklace chains are a phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal price point, aren't they? They are astonishing. They get in, they fly out, they sell out in moments. You've got around about 40 centimetres worth on a necklace chain, haven't you? Which realistically means that you would get around about, you know, it would be about over, well, it would be over 7 necklace worth in total, wouldn't it? How much are our necklace chains usually? Lowest price we're going to, well, I would say start price is usually around £12.95, maybe £9.95. Sometimes they go an inch lower than that, but not much. This is an incredible opportunity. This is something very workable. Something, it's surely got to be about half price of what you pay in actual necklaces. Surely.
Easily.
And I mean at jewellery maker prices, do need to remind you.
Yes, easily. I'm never quite sure why it's called extender chain. I suppose some part of me thinks, yes, okay, because I've got a silver chain here and it's got a slightly different chain. It looks a bit similar to that as its extender. But I don't like titles so much because sometimes it tends to blinker you. And you tend to think, oh, have I got to use it as an extender chain, perhaps beginners and things. But no, this is a chain. This is a sterling silver chain. Completely valid in any form and any use. I mean, perfect for charm bracelets, obviously, isn't it? Perfect, totally. Because the links are nice, that you can load them up.
Definitely. Because you've got plenty of space in there, absolutely. Even to do like a bubble design, totally. Actually.
Perfect for a bubble design, absolutely perfect. Yeah.
Phone lines and website going, loop-de-loo, lots of you coming in for these. I want to say welcome to all of you. Really nice to be with you today. It truly, truly is £29.95. It's going to last and last and last and go on and on and on. And the thing is, silver doesn't go out of... Has anyone just seen the gram weight on this? 18 grams. Wow, that's incredible. And even though it is so weighty, still for that price, what a wonderful treat for you. Well done to every single one of you. I've got Rolo Link chain now for you, but in a slightly different guise than you might normally expect. I think this is wonderful. Imagine that with those pearls, maybe just 1 or 2 interspersed. Isn't that exceptional? Genuine sterling silver large link chain in your Rolo design we have here. Deal of the day coming up at about 11. Lots of people asking about this. It will be with you very soon. But wow, that's a captivating look. It's got a texture to it as well. I don't know if you can see that. Let me hold it out for you. You've got, all in one place, 13.8 grams worth of that precious metal. Gram weight, very important. It's essentially talking about your inherent value. It's really interesting that people in the trade at the moment, because silver is so dramatically on the rise, people in the trade at the moment are actually making estimates and suggesting that if this trend is to continue as it has done in the last sort of 16 months pretty much, and if they are to be believed, the likes of your bullion and your mint, etc., they are suggesting that the price could actually rise of silver, to $130 per ounce. I mean, this that way is pretty much half an ounce. So $130, half that. That if things are as they are continuing, and as these well-known people in the trade are suggesting, then that could be your price, about half of $130 approximately. Therefore, at $27.95, that's an absolute dream to hold. And who knows, the price may not hike to those epic proportions, but they may, and it is on the cards. If that does happen, we definitely won't be able to do anything with the price. But it's not happened yet. It actually makes all of our minds boggle. Genuinely, when my producer Rob pressed that button, he went, oh, I don't want to do this, because that price just feels so shocking. It's 13.8 grams, okay? If it is to be believed that silver could, in the next few months, go up in price to around $130 per ounce, there's 28 ounces in it, there's 28 grams, in an ounce, you are looking at around about half that price point. Just shy of half of $130. So we're looking at, it's literally half a gram off, isn't it? That, we wouldn't be able to even buy it at that price point if that was to happen. And obviously if we bought it at a higher price, we wouldn't be able to sell that on. Be about, what, £42 for us to buy it, if those are to be believed.
And you're buying the silver, and then you have to make the chain.
Of course you do.
So that's
extra cost.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely agree.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's gorgeous. I mean, can you imagine a pearl dropping off, say, you wanted some long, really theatrical earrings. Just one of those, the pearls were the deal of the day, just dropping off one. Yeah. Or dropping off 5 of those chains. Yeah. At that price, I think you could even have an ankle bracelet. At that price, which would be absolutely stunning. But just on its own, just pop a clasp on, and it will look stunning because of its texture. So it's a piece of jewellery ready done, or you can add to it beautifully.
Director Ollie, I'm afraid that your title has been taken. Not the best idea of the day, it's been topped. Producer Rob has come up with such a great idea. I'm thinking of sending management an email because it's that good. How about using these to create Mobius rings?
Yeah.
Sterling silver Mobius rings. How many are you going to be able to get out of this? Even if we're just using, let's say 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, you can use 3, but I'm bold. I'm going 5. You can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm about halfway, not even halfway. About at least 12 Mobius rings from this. How much would you be selling them for? I tell you what, it wouldn't be $17.95 each, would it? It would be more than that, I'm sure of it. With the amount of silver you've got to wear, with that dramatic impacts that they're going to get for them. Even if you were to do those Mobius rings at £5 each, you've got £60 potential money coming at £5.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, going back to the long necklace, the longer necklace, just can you imagine that just used as it is now with, say, 5 pearls or 5 gemstones?
Yeah, glorious idea.
Just as an asymmetric, it would just look so stunning, wouldn't it?
It really would.
You know, that
well done to all of you. I'm afraid that's a sellout now. What I'm about to bring you, again, is another sterling silver, okay? But it's different because this is has a very special plating. It's rhodium plating. Now, do we all know what rhodium is? It's a very, very rare element on the Earth. It's on the periodic table, and it is it's the rarest kind of element that we have on the periodic table, and it is classified to be the most expensive metal on the planet. Okay. It's very expensive for numerous different reasons. One of the reasons is the fact that it's very, very popular. One of the reasons is that we don't actually get that much out of the ground at all. And another is because of its kind of lack of corrosion, because of its lack of oxidization, and because it keeps that shine, more and more and more people want to use it. The demand is there, but the supply isn't. Because, interesting fact about rhodium, do you know how many rhodium mines there are on the planet? How many rhodium mines? 0. There's none. There's no rhodium mines on the planet. So how on earth do we get it? It's because it is an ore, essentially, of titanium. So we actually get small elements of this from titanium mines. It's an incredibly, incredibly, incredibly rare metal, and we've absolutely got lashings of it draped over this rope chain. That is just exceptional. Created in Italy, and I think you can tell that instantly when you look at this design. In fact, it even says it on there. It even says you've got the Italian design. And it states as well that it is 925. Sorry, that's upside down, but it does state that it's 925. When we think about Italy, we think about metal work, don't we? We think about high-end chains. You think of the likes of the Figaro. And what you have with this is that kind of very Milan, definitely. You've got that really high fashion look and detail. It makes you think Milan, it makes you think Venice. It's kind of high fashion beauty that we have with this one. The fact that you have such a beautiful, vast amount of that rhodium upon here, because rhodium, we haven't just put it on the clasp, we put it all the way through this. And when you look at the intricacy and the detail of that rope, you've got to think every single element that almost, when you look closely, looks chainmailed, has to be coated in this rhodium. It is just such a design that will give a bold look, but it's not too over the top and obtuse because of those individual. That is an astonishing price. That is an astonishing price. Bear in mind, gold, we get around about 3,000 tons of gold out of the planet, out of the earth every year, around about 3,000 tons. And we think of gold and we think, you know, you can only fill a swimming pool with it. Do you know how many tons we get of rhodium? Less than 20 in a year, less than 20. It is incredibly, incredibly rare. And we're going down. Oh my goodness. Okay, snap this up as quickly as you possibly can. This is not the time to be hanging around. I cannot tell you. Can I just say for you, genuinely, if this was just copper, if this was copper for this design, I would be chuffed as meatballs to actually be paying that price. I really would, because I think the design gorgeous. I'd be happy to pay that for copper. Silver, sterling silver, with the rarest of rhodium over the top. This is incredible. Really an incredible opportunity. Oh my goodness, the amount of people with this in their baskets, you did not expect that price. Hey, hello, neither did I. Don't worry, you're not the only one. £19.95. Oh my goodness, £2 a gram of sterling silver, and that's including the rhodium. This is an incredible deal. Have you seen this? 10-gram chains. Ask yourself this, how many 10-gram chains have you got in your collection? And now ask yourself, how many 10-gram chains have you got with the lasting power that rhodium gives? Because rhodium doesn't corrode in the same manner as silver, gold, even platinum does. It doesn't oxidize in the same way as gold or titanium does. This has serious lasting power. I cannot get over this look of that true Italian design detail. Linda has just had her back to me the whole time, not being rude, but just staring at the screen with a picture of this on it.
It's the sheer volume of that chain, if that's the right word for it.
10 grams.
You know, that is very much. I'm almost sure that a man would wear that quite happily, wouldn't they?
I agree.
Just
I agree with you.
It's a significant piece of jewellery without you adding anything at all to it.
Yeah, definitely.
With one pearl dropping off it. Well.
1 natural pearl hanging from this. That's the type of gift I would give to a loved one for a very special event. It's the type of gift I would give to somebody that's, how do I put this? You know when you give certain styles of gift to people, and sometimes you will maybe see a gift that is oh so perfect that you'll think, I'm going to give that to my mum, but not for Christmas. I'm going to give it to her for her day. I'm going to save it and give it to her for her birthday. I think this with a pearl would be that kind of gift. It would be that out there, glorious sort of gift. Wow. What a phenomenal look that would be. What about just, you know, just one spacer? Think of the well-known charm bracelets. The charm bracelets are big, but the charm necklaces are coming in more. Imagine something like a spacer on here. That would really set it off, wouldn't it?
That'd be fantastic. You know the previous chain, the Rolex chain, and you mentioned the fact that you can make the Mobius flowers, etc. If that was what you were going to do, obviously you were then going to take that chain apart. But you could, you could do that with the previous chain as well. Slip the links onto that chain. That is amazing. With that amber. It is amber, isn't it? It couldn't be anything else. Whoa, that is just... Okay, I've just looked at that on the screen and it's taken me to that shop that we talk about a lot.
Yes.
And probably a triple price figure for that. It would have to be, wouldn't it? It would absolutely have to be.
Necklace, well-known store, we're looking now. Start price, 75, but that is not with the gemstone. That's not with amber.
Exactly, and that's sterling silver,
and that's not 10 grams of sterling silver.
That I presume as well. So.
Wow.
I mean, that chain is really significant. I mean, I think in that shop the chain would be a lot finer.
Yeah.
A lot finer.
Think about that glory. Oh my gosh, I'm so in love with that amber. It's genuine Baltic amber, one of the rarest and most unique of all organics on the planet. And look at that captivation internally.
I was about to say, are there bits of history in there? Because it looks to me
yeah, there are plenty. There's
loads,
absolutely loads. If I turn it to the side, you might be able to see even more.
Wow. Yes,
they could date back to prehistoric times and beyond.
Wow, that's amber. Amber, triple A.
Amber. Yeah, it's got to be. yeah, you're right. That is the type of jewellery that you would see in the well-known, well, no, just stores that you would have to kind of, you know, dress in your best to go into. They'd give you something bubbly at the door. They walk around with gloves on, spotlight on something like this. It's that kind of jewellery.
You actually made me remember when you mentioned the shop as well. I can remember going into MoMA, you know, the Museum of Modern Art, is it in New York?
Yeah, New York.
And a lot of these museum shops have glass cases with things like amber and that in. And I remember seeing something similar to that. I have no idea how much it was, I can't remember. But I do remember seeing something very similar to that in there.
Yeah. I think this is
definitely museum quality, isn't it?
Sensational. And the thing is as well, it is museum quality, yeah, with all of that history in there. If you're not entirely sure what amber is, essentially it's a resin, and it's a natural forming resin. It's a very viscous resin which dates back, I mean, you know, millennia. We're talking 50 million years and beyond. It has all of this history and all of this beauty within there that can date back, as I say, to prehistoric times and beyond. It is history that you can wear. And for you today, this is absolutely astonishing. Genuinely.
It is.
Now, I just want to, I bought my mum and dad for Christmas last year, for Christmas 2015, I bought my mum and my dad amber jewellery because I think amber is one of those very, very wearable for ladies and for gents pieces, possibly because obviously it doesn't come faceted, etc. So I think amber is one of those very unisex gifts, and so I bought my mum and my dad amber because then their gifts kind of tie in together. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that even the smallest piece that I bought was a smaller piece of amber in it than this, and I can genuinely tell you I was so much closer to the £90 mark than the £9.95 mark. And I have to say as well that I got it from our sister channel, and it was at staff cost. So that is an incredible opportunity. It really, really, really is. I've got for you another opportunity now, and I will just note to you too, if you've got this chain, it does just slide on and off. There's no, I haven't had to undo any links or anything, which is, so you can literally buy all the charms and do your own design with these. Have a little look at that. This is your lemon variety now, so a bit more of a brightness to this, a little bit more of a sunshine, summer kind of look to it, don't you think? A real nice lemony zest. So you've got that lovely cognac detail, and now you've got that sunshine look and appeal. It's bold, it's bright, it's beautiful. Really is effective, isn't it? And I like it with the silver as well, because I think it adds that extra glow to it. And yes, it does have genuine, real deal silver with it. It's got a lot of brightness to this fossilized resin, which is so individual and so unique. So, in a fire, in a brightness, should be. Should. We're gonna honor the last price. Oh, what? What? £9.95 was astonishing. I would never expect to see any pieces of amber for £9.95, let alone ones that have that much captivation, that much interest. £8.95 is just a no. I would never expect that, don't get me wrong. I'm happy for you, but you're going to have to be very, very, very quick indeed. How similar are these to those well-known charms? You know, the well-known charm bracelets that's to do with that well-known story and that well-known tale? These look so similar to them. Starting price on those, what, £25, £30? Are they genuine gemstones or are they glass? Are they, there's nothing wrong with glass, obviously, but you would expect, wouldn't you? You would expect a higher price for amber, for a genuine organic, than you would for glass. But in this instance, apparently not the case at all. I just think that's a shocker. I really, really do. £8.95. And if you got the cognac as well, let me pop them on together really quickly so you can see those together, because I think they really do just work. That as a design is beautiful, isn't it? You could actually get two of each and almost do a his and hers design, couldn't you? Yeah. Well done to everyone. £8.95 on the final few of those. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to dazzle our eyes right here, right now. It's the Star Buys. Linda. Pearl. I don't know why I'm so high.
Why are you so high?
Just going down.
Okay.
Linda.
Yes.
Pearl earrings. Discuss.
Girls look good in them. Any girl with a pearl earring or in a pearl earring looks good. Sorry about that. It's actually a girl with a pearl earring, isn't it? Stunning. I mean, I would imagine that when you get to, I don't know quite where that age would pitch in, probably in your middle 20s, something like that, then most women would love a pair of simple pearl earrings, simply because they are so incredibly useful. It's one of those things that you can put on in the morning and it doesn't really matter what you're wearing. It always finishes off an outfit, doesn't it, a pearl earring?
Totally agree with you. Completely agree with you. Yeah. It is one of those pieces that I think can be, as you say, 8 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, definitely.
Till 8 p.m.
Definitely, definitely. Yeah, any occasion or non-occasion, it still looks good. And as I said, I just think that something like a pearl or pearls finish off you know, quite a classic looking, sophisticated look, or something that, you know, is party look.
Yeah.
They always work.
They really do, don't they? And I would say, in particular, in a perfect round like this.
Oh, totally in a perfect round. And being black, and this is this mystic black, it's just icing on the cake again in some respects, because black is quite often the go-to accessory, isn't it? If you can't think, or you're not quite got that creativity to say, oh no, well, shocking pink will work with that. If you're not that sort of brave, then...
Sorry. They are so round! They are really round! Yes, sorry, Linda, carry on.
But no, anything... Well, a pearl anyway has got that nacre, you know, it was determined to get away.
Yeah, it was. It's all right,
totally
I'll be back.
Determined.
You're getting black pairs of earrings here. Mystic black, we've referred to them as. And it has almost got a little bit of a matte look to them because of that mystic effect. Now, sterling silver, 3mm, 2 pairs. What are we thinking for a pair of earrings? £30? £30 for a pair? So this is what, £60? That'd be good, wouldn't it? Oh, £7.95. These are working out for you today. Less than £4 per pop for genuine. Is it copper? No, it's sterling silver. Are these plastic pearls? No, they're genuine pearls from Mother Nature. What on earth? Linda is just biting her lip and just looking confused, if I'm honest.
Yeah. I was just thinking that there's a member of our family this year have got quite a significant birthday, and lots of people are organising lots of things, and consequently I was talking to one of the participants rather than the organisers, and we've decided that for the specific organisers that are doing a lot of work, we're going to make an item of jewellery. It's going to be cufflinks and earrings, right? Aww. So 2 pairs of earrings, a cost price of £7.95. Black mystic pearls. You'd just be over the moon, wouldn't you? If you literally did have to go to a shop and purchase that, and we've got to buy them for around about 30 ladies, we wouldn't have done it. We couldn't do it.
No, you couldn't.
But we can.
You can.
At this level.
Yeah.
If just put it into perspective, that really what you're paying has no reflection on what you've got. No, completely agree with you. Over 50 of these already allocated, and a lot of you treating yourselves to more than one, because for the likes of, perfect for the likes of your kind of, parties, etc. Now, you do have to check out, please, because quantity-wise, not a huge amount. You've got so many people with it in their baskets, you really do. I'm in a look online at the moment, and we're finding glass pearls at £8.44, lowest price we can find at the moment. That's for just 1 pair, I do hasten to add. £39 for 6x7, 6 to 7, like these ones. Black pearl earrings, £39. All great prices. I wouldn't walk past a shop and go, £39 for those earrings. Oh, that seems a bit steep. I just wouldn't. But when I know that I could get them here for what is essentially £3.98-ish per pair, then actually I know what I'd prefer to do. Yeah, to be honest, if you're walking past that shop with that £39 pair of earrings, you wouldn't blink. You just accept it. It would just be subliminal. You would expect it.
Yeah.
But if you walk past the next shop and it had the £3.98 pair, exactly the same spec, you would stop then and go, whoa.
Yes, you would. Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah. Add that whoa to your basket, why don't you? Why don't you? Please don't forget for me that I have got coming up for you the likes of Burmese sapphire. I've got that stunning cinnamon zircon coming up for you. So there's so much to be able to bring to you. Wow. Okay. Linda, I have an aquamarine here for you, and I want you to imagine kind of an idyllic aquamarine jewellery maker wise. And then I want you to take a little look at this.
Breathtaking,
isn't it?
It is so exquisitely beautiful, isn't it?
And it's natural as well.
And to be honest, Beck, it looks natural. It's so beautiful. It's got to be untouched.
Yeah.
Totally. Oh, it's just, there's just everything about it. Its colour, its clarity, the size of it, its graduation of it. It's just utter perfection.
This is the type of strand that reminds me of the, you know, photographs when you see the Queen in her very well-known aquamarine, you know, crown and tiara and everything else. It's that kind of freshness, that kind of brightness.
Majesty, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is majesty. It really, really is majesty. My director just said, this strand has just made you both go...
Yeah, yeah, it has. I was just about to comment on that, actually, that we did get quite serious about it, but you can't not.
Yeah.
Because it is so breathtakingly beautiful.
It
you can't
really is.
You can't... You know, some gemstones, or even some aquamarine, you can be quite light-hearted about it and quite funny, but this isn't that strand.
No.
It's a serious strand.
This is serious high-end,
Yes.
and you can see that instantly. You don't need me to tell you that this is going to be a considered purchase. You can see this absolutely. Not only is it due to the colouring of this, and the colour itself, when I refer to the colour, I'll be more specific, I'm actually speaking about the saturation of this. I would normally only expect that saturation through human input. I would normally only expect that saturation because we have decided to take it somewhere, to have a treatment put upon it to intensify that saturation, because aquamarine is very much known for coming out of the ground in what can be classified as maybe a little bit of a wishy-washy way. You know, sorry, let me explain to you really quickly what saturation is. The way I like to describe it is, imagine you're making yourself a cordial, okay? A cordial drink. You've got your glass of water. Wishy-washy, the lighter end of the scale would be, you know, like 2 drops of your cordial. So the hue, say it's an orange cordial, your hue will stay the same, it's orange. Your tone will stay the same, it's you know what, orange, sort of 50%, let's say. But the saturation's very, very light indeed. Then, say you want a little bit of a sugar rush, okay, and actually as opposed to just a few drops, you put in 1/4 of the bottle, so it's really, really, really intense. The hue stayed the same. It's not all of a sudden green or purple, it's still orange. The tone is the same. It's not all of a sudden turned black at 100% tone, but the saturation, the amount, the impact of that colour is so much higher. And that's what we have here for you. We have natural high amount of saturation, and that tends to mean very, very high price, very, very considered purchase. That is not the type of price I had in mind. I'll be completely honest with you. I was at the $84.95 for JewelleryMaker. Because I know, I always have a little checklist. Okay, it's natural, so that's an extra, you know, £30. Okay, it's intensely saturated for an aquamarine, which can be very low in the scale and so wishy-washy sometimes. Actually, if we're honest, it can look clear at points. So the kind of saturation of this, even more impact, I would expect, you know, an extra sort of £20, £30 on top of that, with that glow, and it has got true brilliance. It really does. I don't even have to explain what brilliance is to you. All I need to do is point, and you can see it. Why are you saying sorry, Rob? Because I have to do this. Apparently we have to do this because we've just realised this has been played recently, and we have to copy that price now.
Oh my word.
When you apologised to me, I thought $49.95, and I thought that was going to give me a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a dink, a little bit of a ooh. But that has, wow. Yeah, I've seen a pair of earrings for that price.
I mean, don't you think as well sometimes, I've said it before, but you can get a little, well, we can here get a little bit blasé about our strands, and at the end of the day, there's you can get your essential buys in a supermarket, and then you can get the same product but probably made better, got more of this, more of that, more of the other than the essential buy. So consequently, there's a price difference.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think that's what we must remember here, that we will have a strand of aquamarine, perhaps at, I don't know, 15, 16 pounds, but we will have the strand of aquamarine like this that has to be more expensive for every conceivable reason.
Definitely. Definitely, and I completely agree with you. You can get low price aquamarine, you know, around the £15 mark, but will it be okay?
It won't look like that.
Will it look, you know, foggy? Yeah. Yes, it will. It might even look quite white, actually. This is, and if we're really thinking about it properly, at JewelleryMaker prices, you've always got to remember that. At JewelleryMaker prices, this is a £65 strand. Well, it's not, sorry, it's a £70 strand because it was 68, wasn't it? So it's £69 strand this is at JewelleryMaker prices, which is incredible. But actually you're getting what is essentially a £70 strand for £34.95 today. Mandy, I have this stunning strand, thought it was topaz. The colour and clarity are gorgeous. Would recommend anyone get it. Mandy, thank you very much for sending that in. We appreciate that. I hope you've got some lovely ideas for yours, Mandy. I really, really do. Do you know what this would go great with, I think? My zircon. I need to give you all a heads up. Quantity-wise, it's just less than 150. If I could have 250, I would. Because this is serious high-end glamour. Never been able to afford your you know, cognac diamonds? This is your chance to own something so, so special. Good luck to you all. Star by. When we talk about diamonds, we're talking about a very sought after gemstone. It's a gemstone which has been promoted very heavily, which is adored the world over. Diamonds, because of many reasons, but partly because of its promotion, is very much one of those gems that a lot of us will only ever get to own once in our life, and it will be generally gifted to us in a wedding ring or engagement ring. Diamond is very much an aspirational gemstone, which is loved, and understandably so. I have got, for me, a much better version. When I look at this gemstone, I sense its importance. I understand that I have something that is so incredibly and intrinsically rare and unusual that actually I understand that this will make me stand out of the crowd more than any diamond I believe possibly could. If you want something that will be unique, individual and loved by you and whoever you gift this to, now is your opportunity. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I have for you here the closest strand I have ever had in my nearly 3 years here at JewelleryMaker. I have got for you the closest strand I have ever had the privilege to bring to you of a cognac diamond. When you have that kind of colouring, when you have that beautiful richness and intensity of colour, it speaks to you. It's got very much a vintage look and a vintage style. When you're buying coloured diamonds, okay, you will be paying a premium, in particular if it's natural, you will be paying a premium. When you've got the cognac kind of colouring, you're at a very specific scale on those diamond colours. When you're talking about this kind of colour aspect, you can get grading. We all know about kind of your colour grading that you will see on the likes of your diamonds, don't we? Your C1, if you have a look at a C1 diamond, the colour of it is often described as light champagne. Okay, so it's a very gentle, very light warmth that comes through this. You have to get all the way to C7 to be classified as a cognac diamond. So it goes from light to mid-light to medium all the way up to cognac, which is this rich intensity. What I personally love about this strand that a cognac diamond doesn't give to me is that I've not just got one branch of that colour. If I've got a cognac diamond, I have got a C7 diamond, and that is the colour that you get. It is rich, it is intense, it is super duper deep. With this strand, however, I don't just have that C7, I have that C1, that light champagne colour. I've got the medium tones with that slightly darker, slightly richer. I've got your C5 there with just enough impact, but not too much. When you look at this, you don't just see one flat colour, you see multiple colours. You see that light bending all the way, and you see it going through absolutely effortlessly. This is not one flat, plain, dull gem. This is like a multitude of gems in one place with that variety of colour. And one of the reasons for that is because of how this gemstone naturally bends that light. This is your doubly refractive gem, and that's again something that a cognac diamond couldn't do for you. In fact, no diamond can. Essentially, what this is it's a bifringent gemstone, okay? Diamond is a singular ray gem. That means one ray of light enters, one ray of light goes back to your eye. Zircon naturally has this incredible ability of bifringence to get one beam of light that enters it, and then the gem naturally splits it into two. So you get double whammy sparkle back for your eye. No diamond does that. This is therefore giving you not only that added amount of sparkle, but helping bend that light and bend those colourings and showing those light champagne tones all the way down to the dark cognacs. It is absolutely sensational. This for me is a landmark gemstone and a landmark stone. And you know, when we think about something like this, we know instantly that we have something very precious, something very high-end. We all know this is the most ancient gemstone on the planet, and when you have this amount of colour and this amount of sparkle, it's something to be treasured in a natural gem, isn't it? Don't you think, Linda?
Absolutely, I agree wholeheartedly. It's so incredibly beautiful.
Yeah.
And another thing I think that we need to remember is that jewellery is an accessory. So it's something that is supposed to be beautiful. It's an addition, a bit like makeup. Hopefully it makes you look better. Well, it certainly does me anyway. But as far as this particular strand is concerned, it's got to be the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, me too.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Closest to cognac diamond.
Totally. The sparkle from it is second to none. Channel set as a bracelet, that's the first thing that comes into my mind.
Yeah.
We'll be something so that the light can come from the back and from whatever elevation, and it needs a little bit of movement, you know, and it captures just about everything a piece of jewellery should.
Yeah.
I mean, it is just stunning, and it's just such a gentle colour. It's just so fairy-like, isn't it? It's so delicate that it can only really enhance any piece of jewellery.
An enhancement with colour, with sparkle, with that vintage appeal. I'm about to make so many people so happy. This is the most ancient gemstone on the planet. This way outweighs absolute ancientness. Take a little look at this timeline, okay? This is your zircon timeline, and this is something which just summarises exactly how unique and individual this is. Okay, now let's have a little look. Okay, so this is your timeline from the start of the Earth. So, okay, we're here, we're tiny. Let's think about other gems that we know. Okay, let's think of other gems we know. Pearls. Pearls are like, it's not even a millimetre on this scale, it's like in their formation, really small amount. Let's think we've had amber on today. So let's think amber, we're around about 50, so we're around about kind of this region here, really, around about 50 million years old, you know, just around the kind of dinosaur time. That's way on. What about, let's think of a really old gem, let's think of diamonds. Oh, diamonds, they're like, you know, they're an old gem, aren't they? Super old, yeah. With diamonds, we're around about this mark here. That's like teenagers, okay? That's like teenager. You're looking at around about, you know, 5.5 million years old. You're looking at teenagers, really, with this. Zircon, okay, pills are here. Zircon, right over here, you see at the top, Jack Hill zircon. That's the ages we're talking about. We're talking about not years, not decades, not even you know, millions of years. 4.4 billion years old. I know, I can't compute it, and I definitely can't compute this. At no point whatsoever do I believe this should be happening. Am I happy it is? Yes, I am. £12.95 for you today. That is incredible. That is absolute astonishing. The fact of the matter is, I have never, ever been able to bring to you a gemstone strand that looks so much like a cognac diamond, yet is so far away from that. You've got the look of a cognac diamond for the price of a shell pearl strand. How? Sarah is saying, I bought these the other day from JM for £12.95. I still cannot believe it. I can't wait for it to arrive. I believe this is the best JM deal ever. Sarah, I'm absolutely on board with you there. I really am. Linda, you have been worryingly silent on this.
Oh gosh, what can you say? There's nothing left to say, is there? There really isn't. Again, it just, the price doesn't equate with the product in any way, shape or form. I mean, I can remember 4.4 billion years ago, I was there. And I can remember the first shop it went in, and I paid a couple of rocks for it, and
yeah.
you know, and I just promised the future amber as well, as when I got my hands on it. So to think it's still going, 4.4 billion years, is astonishing.
It's amazing.
I mean, that could be the strand that I might have bought, and I did lose it about 3 million years ago. I lost it. Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it? Think about the history. Think about how ancient this is. Just look at how it's bending that light so perfectly. There's a lot of you on the phone. I do need to remind you, it's a free phone number. If you're waiting, sit back, chillax, enjoy the music. A person will be with you soon. Not a robot, an actual person will be with you soon. It's free phone number, and I think essentially it's worth the wait, because this is not the type of gem that's going to be sticking around. This is not the type of gemstone that we get to see often at all. I've never seen this sort of quality,
no, not that quality.
In this intensity.
No, not that
before.
quality. I'm just sort of hopefully, can you just help me out here and put it with those pearls on your neckline?
Yeah.
Because I just think it's going to be so beautiful in there. If you
agree.
just used just about 5 of them through the centre pearls.
Yeah.
To give that little bling of the sparkle against the nacre on those pearls. Just, oh wow.
It just works, doesn't it?
Oh wow.
I'm just blown away by that deal and by that price point. I truly am. I cannot get over that. Now, I need to let you know, way over 100 of these gone. Name after name after name, so many multi-purchases on this. And I will be, you know, hand on heart honest, I have brought to you, you know, the £40 strands, but actually not in this colour, not in this intensity. I cannot get over that price point. Becky, you are an amazing presenter. If I hadn't already bought 3 metres worth of pearls this weekend, I would have bought this zircon. It's now on my wish list. Janet continues. Scratch that. I've done it anyway. So happy, hasn't she?
You would have so regretted that not to, wouldn't you?
That
Definitely.
is brilliant,
Oh,
Janet.
gosh.
You would have. Do you know what, Janet? You deserve it. You deserve it, so why not? And you would feel gutted if you missed out on this. Mandy, oh my word! good. Can't believe that price. Got 3. Thank you, JM. Not a problem, Mandy. You are more than welcome. Can I just let everyone know? They're almost gone, and it doesn't surprise me at all. I'm in love with this too. I can't wait to see what designs you make with this. Please do feel free to send me those pictures of this at my presenter page on Facebook. It's Rebecca Redican Presenter, or do send them into the Wall of Fame, because I know that things like this are going to photograph beautifully. Absolutely. So do please send them in. It would be great to hear from you. It really would. £12.95. What a great opportunity. I'm going to leave the graphics in over the break for you, because there is a huge queue and we don't want anyone to mess out or get confused, so we will keep that there for you. But I will say, if you're on the phone now, please don't hang up. You will be put to the back of the queue and you are likely to miss out. After the break, we've got so many more astonishing treats for you, including a selection and a strand of pearls that you're only going to have to watch to believe us, because JewelleryMaker has worked tirelessly for years to try and get these, and now finally we have. It's not worth going anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from JewelleryMaker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker. Did you know when you book on a JewelleryMaker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our JewelleryMaker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from JewelleryMaker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the JewelleryMaker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on JewelleryMaker. Simply search JewelleryMaker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at JewelleryMaker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on JewelleryMaker.
I found JewelleryMaker by flicking through the TV one day and being absolutely astounded by the gemstones and the price. Obviously sceptical at first, but within days I'd ordered, never looked back. My first impressions were how friendly the channel is and feeling like being on the other side of the screen, you're still part of it. I enjoy the gemstones most about the channel, but also the presenters and the guest designers learning new techniques. Claire McDonald's my favourite guest designer. Her wire work is absolutely amazing, astounding. I love how the channel's evolved recently. I love the prices that we get, and the customer service is fantastic. Advice for somebody starting out in Jewellery Maker would be to have a little go at everything, see what you like, and then go with that, because you'll excel at whatever you're enjoying.
Sometimes you get an opportunity to bring incredible deals like on that zircon that I've just brought to you. Good luck and to the final few who are on the phone for it, by the way. And I mean, 30 in baskets is an understatement, I think. But sometimes you get to do something that special before the break, and then maybe, you know, you kind of have to build up or wait for something else really exciting to happen. Yeah, that isn't the case today at all. It is my absolute pleasure today to be working with a guest designer who has not only worked with these unique and individual pearls, but actually has fought for a long time for us here at Jewellery Maker to get them. It's the lovely Linda. That is a beam, isn't it? That's not just a smile, that is a beam.
Yeah, I've been waiting a long time for that beam. I've been practicing that beam, and now I can beam it to the heavens. Yeah.
This is a very special treat,
yes, it is.
isn't it?
I mean, Sheila and I, along with Jan, along with probably all of our designers, have a real love affair with pearls.
Yeah.
But there are pearls, and there are pearls. And I'm saying that because there's lots of pearls that we haven't really concentrated on yet. And these are the type of pearls that are now and the future.
Yeah.
Coloured, organic pearls. I mean, don't get me wrong, beautiful round spherical pearls are amazing. This is a different pearl, which is equally as amazing.
It really is a very special
you know,
strand.
in completely in Mother Nature's hands as well.
It really is, isn't it? I'm over the moon to bring these to you, and are we going to start with them, producer Rob? We are. We're going to start off with them. I can't think of a more deserving actual pearl to be able to bring to you in a form like this. So we're going to spend a little bit of time really getting to know this pearl. We are setting the price for you now, which is why those arrows are coming in. So what you're seeing on your screen if you're watching on the web now is not your RRP. We can't physically go any lower than the price that you are seeing, because we literally, well, we'd be doing ourselves a disservice essentially. I'm going to show you these pearls. I'm going to let you fall in love with them. And one thing I do need to say is that they are exquisite, and they are given to us by Mother Nature, because this metallic nature, this beauty and colour is totally natural. Wow. The colour is totally natural. Now, we here at Jewellery Maker are so transparent with you, we are so honest with you, that we have even given this a treatment code. And I'll explain to you why now. This is a natural pearl that naturally comes out of the mollusk in this colour. The way in which this mollusk is, and this mollusk is, you know, when we talk about the likes of your Tahitian pearls, and we talk about that very picky mollusk, okay? And we talk about that very delicate mollusk and exactly how, you know, the temperature, the pressure, etc., has to be just right. The mollusk for this pearl here is the same. The mollusk itself's taken around 3 years to mature before it can even form anything like this or of this caliber. And actually, usually on its first few times after reaching maturity, it won't be doing pieces anywhere near this large. So it takes a very long time for the mollusk itself to create these. We have been, essentially when we get these out of that mollusk, the way in which the nacre itself forms and the way in which it kind of solidifies very slowly over time to get the most durability and workability from them, we leave them out in the sun, in the natural sun, not under a heat lamp or anything else. We leave them out in the natural sun to essentially reach that full potential once they have been taken out of the mollusk. We here at JewelleryMaker are so transparent with you that we've actually classed that as a treatment, and that is why you've got a B for bleaching after the description. And that is bleaching by the sun. Now that is completely and absolutely a natural occurrence. That is Mother Nature. I mean, it goes to show us exactly how truthful we are here with you. But because of that natural effect, because of that natural bleaching from the sun, it's really amplifying the colour in which we have in here. The pearls itself, when I look at them, reminds me of the kind of Tasumi pearls. They've got that look and they've got that appeal. And when you think of your Tasumi pearls, you think of extremely high price points, and you also think impossible to get. Now these aren't far off that, are they, Linda?
They're not, no. It's almost like this pearl has seen the Tasumi pearl, the Tasumi pearls, and has thought, you are so amazingly beautiful, you are mega, you know, I want to be you. That's almost what that pearl's done. And I think it's fantastic that these have come from the waters in the mollusk. I can just see them there bathing in that glorious warm waters, and then popped out and jumped onto a sunbed.
Yeah.
Just to finish off that little bit of that. It's just perfect, isn't it? It's a perfect story for a pearl.
It really is. Now, these are impossible, essentially, to get out of China at the moment.
Yeah,
and Linda,
absolutely.
we were discussing this earlier on before the show and saying why the fight for us to get this is so difficult. And Linda, you came up with the best analogy, and I absolutely loved it. Can you tell us all that analogy again, please?
Well, from my point of view, how I see it is the fact that you know, you can get your very fine wines, wine generally and things like that, and it's a very consumable product, etc., and very well loved throughout the world. But France, Italy, Germany, they keep their best wines basically for their own domestic market. And this is what's happening with these pearls. China's economic boom has given them the ability to now think, wow, these are the best.
Yeah.
You know, and we have our own nation that we know will want and love these, so we're going to keep them.
Yes.
So it's incredibly difficult now for, let's say, the USA, Europe, or anywhere really, to get our hands on them.
Absolutely. And we have found it incredibly difficult to get. China are keeping essentially all of this type of natural metallic pearl. And as you've said, you know, it's like France keeping their best wines and not exporting them. The same is happening. That's one of the reasons this has taken us years to get. And that's bearing in mind that we have great relations in China. We have, you know, partners in our buying team in China. We have our cutting houses in China. We go directly to mines in China. Our relationship with China is epic, and yet still, it's taken us here at JewelleryMaker years to get these. And it really has been worth it, hasn't it, Linda?
Oh, it's been worth every second of the wait. I can remember 2-3 weeks ago when they came in, Bella, our buyer, she was so excited by them that she actually sent me a strand immediately. Yeah. Said, what do you think? Well, I was speechless via email. They were just everything I would hope that they would be. I mean, I just think that these pearls, you can restrand them as they are, and it's going to be a significant piece of jewellery. It's going to be a very sophisticated piece of jewellery. It's going to be a piece of jewellery you will never even dream of taking apart and refashioning. But then equally, as I have done, obviously, you can turn them into many pieces of jewellery of all types. But it's just, for me, what I can remember when I opened them, and I know this sounds a bit like eulogising with words, but I just found they got a spirit, a strong spirit somehow coming from them. I mean, and it is the texture in this type of pearl that you're looking for. You're not looking for the smoothness of the beautiful round spherical white pearl. You're looking for texture. You're looking for colour.
Yeah.
You're looking for that natural. I mean, the prismatic effect off of these pearls is astonishing,
isn't it? And
just
the fact that it's
astonishing.
natural. Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I've had loads of people texting in about this. Hello, Jan, you lovely Dwyer. Wow. Had to have those pearls. Thank you, JM, for bringing these stunning strands to us. Jan, you're an absolute love and a complete pleasure. You continue with, just realised this is a kit. Would have been happy with the price just for the amazing pearls. Yeah, it's not just the pearls. You get a genuine sterling silver chain with it as well, and it is a necklace chain that you get. It's a 16-inch curb chain, and you get this as well with it. It is an exceptional opportunity, and I want to let you know that realistically, can I ask you something, Linda? I'll be honest. Do you know the price of these?
No, as I say, I tend not to ask.
Do you?
I want to sort of feel it, really.
Okay.
And that's the truth. I do tend not to ask. It isn't something that really I feel I should be involved in.
Yeah.
Until the actual moment.
Yeah.
Then I can give sort of a genuine response.
Yeah. I'm going to bring to you this very individual, naturally coloured, luxury size pearls. They are a 14 by 12 mil with a sterling silver chain for under £95.
Right. Okay. Wow.
The price I'm going to show you on your screen now isn't where we should be. We have dropped that price for you. I think your face said it all.
No, seriously. I mean, I don't know the price when I come on air. I promise you that. I don't know the price. But I did do a little bit of research online last night, and you're quite free to do this. If you sort of, if you do search engine and look at ripple pearls, natural, completely natural ripple pearls, you will find an astonishing amount of money. I mean, I think that the first one I saw, and they weren't of this size, they were 13 mil, was £607.
Yeah.
That's on a very well-known website that a lot of people use a lot of times. And then the next one I saw was a slightly smaller, and it was a bracelet that was £450. Then I found them slightly less, but then when I read, well, a lot less, but then when I read the brief on those, they weren't the real deal.
No.
They were look-alike.
Yes, yeah. And I think you find that time and time again, don't you?
Yeah.
Now, I need to make you a very, very, very aware that it's the lowest price we can go to at all. We would essentially be paying you to take these off our hands otherwise. This has been set as a price for us that we're allowed to go to. The fact of the matter is, if we're completely honest, do I have another 3 strands of this in the vault? No. Have we reordered this strand again? No. Why? Because we know it's going to be a, sorry, better luck next time, and therefore we're biding our time with it. Don't get me wrong, we will try, but it's taken us round about 3.5 years to get these to you today. This is a very, very special opportunity indeed, and I don't want to worry anyone, and I don't, but what I do want to remind you is, this is Mother Nature. This is an incredibly difficult mollusk to work with, very much like the likes of your Aquia and your Tahitian. And at that price point, I will say, make sure that you are adding this to your order whilst you can, because I can't guarantee we'll be bringing you a strand in the next 12 months. I would never be able to guarantee that. If I were to hedge my bets and play it carefully, maybe 2 years, fingers crossed. Maybe if the way the length of time has taken us so far is to be believed and to be followed and to follow a trend, then maybe, but it's not the opportunity that is coming around at the moment every day. We have worked, and we genuinely have worked tirelessly, haven't we?
Absolutely. I mean, the GIA are so excited about this. I think there's so much excitement in the industry. I think that is actually, excuse me, I think that's actually encouraging China to hold on to them in some respects. So, you know, you can't sort of argue with that, can you? You know, they know that they can sell it domestically in a heartbeat. Yeah. An absolute heartbeat. You know, so this is a strand that is, you know, unique. It's unique to us. Yeah. And it is definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, according to GIA, it's the future of pearls at the minute. It's the future fashion look of pearls. Completely agree with you on that. Just to let you know, these have almost sold out. I started off with a decent quantity. It was 196. It was 196 that I started off with. I've got hardly any left now. I want to be totally honest with you and just let you know that taking the price of the chain out of it, just for my maths, let's make it £10.995 because my maths is tat and it'll probably be about that. You are getting this strand of pearls for essentially £34.95. Elaine's been on. Morning, girls. One of these pearls on a 925 chain, £470. Amazing value. Yep, absolutely, Eileen. Completely agree with you on that. And thank you for doing that research for us. That kind of look, that kind of design. This is astonishing. I am measuring my strand for you, and mine is 42 centimetres worth of pure decadence and luxury. This is heirloom style piece. Definitely. This is an endowment style piece, isn't it? Definitely. I mean, I can say, I know as a company we're not allowed to, but I feel this is an investment piece without any hesitation whatsoever. It's astonishing. It really is spectacular. I mean, you've had a lot of fun with these. Obviously, the beauty of them is important, but we want to know what the workability of them was like. It's just tremendous. I mean, it has to be with a product of that type, of that colour, of that beauty. I mean, you know, the colours from it are just astonishing. There's, you know, as you can see on the strands, some are slightly deeper, but it's just the sheen. The nacre is like 1000%. It's as far as I'm aware, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean the more or less when these are cultured, they are the mollusk is chosen. You know, that's cherry picked. Yeah. The little bead that goes in to form the nucleus, that's cherry picked. Yeah. So there's an awful lot of work, thought that goes into the process of this incredibly beautiful product. Definitely. From start to finish. Definitely agree with you on that one. Now, not everyone, there are so many people on the phones, press 1, it is going to sell out. In fact, it's gone. Sorry, do apologise. If you missed out on that, I am absolutely for you. I really do feel but I'm going to try and make it up to you. I can't bring you a strand. I told you we don't have any more strands, but I have got a pair of your individual, as it were, centre drilled ripple pearls. Now these are absolutely massive. Look at the size of those. Have you ever seen a pearl this large before? This is 17 by 14 mil. Can I just ask you something? Tahitian pearls, okay, formed in very much a similar manner, kind of made of the same ilk, if you will. When we bring you Tahitian pearls, we tend to bring you 2 or 3 together, don't we?
And how much are 70 have been allocated in 40 seconds. The price has to come in £8.95.
Oh my word.
£8.95. They're on, they're gone. 70 allocated in 40 seconds. I mean, that price is astonishing. Think about the Tahitian pearls. When we bring you those in sets of 2 and 3, you're over £100. Obviously, it's not the same, but it is very much of the same ilk. They're about to sell out in seconds. Can I just show you? It's been less than a minute, and look at how many names there are on my screen. And you've all checked out. These ones here have all checked out. Luxury size pearls. Well done to every single one of you. A great deal. And how perfectly, 100 in baskets, how perfectly do they go with the crystals as well? Because of that colouring. I think it's really just giving such a brightness. It really is. Crystals and pearls, you were saying earlier, working together astonishingly, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, this is golden shadow. The Swarovski crystal it's golden shadow, and what could be more perfect, because this crystal, when the light bounces off it, is exactly the same colours, exactly the same prismatic colours as the pearls. So it's just astonishingly perfect.
Really is, isn't it?
It's just wonderful.
Really is, isn't it? It's got that beautiful prismatic look and appeal, and you have 2 sets of your Swarovski crystals in here. Let's talk about the bicones first. You've got 48 of these, and they are 6mm. That champagne colour, how perfectly would it go with that zircon? Wow. That champagne-esque colour, which I think just highlights those precious golds in the pearls you've just purchased. I've also got the hearts in here as well. And the hearts are just, it's one of our most popular shapes actually of the Swarovski, and it doesn't shock me at all. Because they are so workable and dainty and beautiful, really, aren't they?
What shocked me was when I really looked closely at those hearts, the way they've been cut. Yeah. And then Swarovski cut their crystals very much like the industry cuts gemstones. How they've been cut is very much like the texture of it's underneath the surface. It's very much like the texture of the pearl itself.
I love that. You're
really
right. Do you know what? You're completely right. It's kind of hard for you to see just because of the light in here, but if I kind of hold it to you like that, you'll see exactly what you mean. You're right.
Yeah, there's a real texture in there. It's a bit of a kaleidoscope of texture as well as colour. But it's got it almost.
It's almost like Venus hair. Rutile, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a really good point to make. Love those ones. 8x7 on those. You're getting a pack of 12 of the hearts. We're also bringing to you 70 allocated of this kit already. These pearls.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
Do you love these ones?
I love them. I just think, it's little and large, isn't it? And they still have the same impact. You know, the colour, the nacre on these little seed pearls here is just exactly the same as on the large one. Yeah, the same colours.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
These ones were the type that we stopped doing for a very long time because essentially it took us so much time, effort, and energy and cost to actually strand them, because we here at JewelleryMaker don't count out our pearls. What we actually do is we do it on strand length. So the amount of pearls it takes us to get on here, to collect them, to drill them, takes a very long time and a lot of money. But we brought them back because of demand. You absolutely loved and adored them so much. I am not stopping there. I have got gold-plated sterling silver 925 spacer beads here. Yes, they are genuine sterling silver, and they have got gold over the top of them. 40 in total, and they go so beautifully with the gold that we have in here. It's a really lovely vintage feel, and our designers use these time and time and time again, and whenever we sell out of them, you know, you can guarantee that pretty much every single one of our guest designers will have been on the phone lines for them at some point, and they all send each other messages when things like that are on as well. And then finally, I've got you sterling silver, a chain here for you, and again, this one is rhodium plated, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most expensive precious metals there on the planet. Now, let me show you exactly how much you have got in here. It is huge amount. You have got 2 strands of genuine pearls. You've got 48 of the bicones, 12 of the Swarovski hearts, 40 of the sterling silver golds, chain, That is an amazing price point. I'm sure we said $34.95. I don't know how we've managed to do that. I'm so sorry to everyone who's missed out on those ripple pearls. We did sell out. I'm really, really, really sorry. But this is, that's why, okay, we were thinking $34.95, but it's Rob's way of saying, sorry if you missed out on the pearls, really sorry, we'll take them lower for you. So that's why we've done that extra special little treat. That is...
amazing.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, truly... The rhodium plated chain, £10 each on the pearls, there's your money. All of that Swarovski, genuine sterling silver gold plated is free bonus in my mind.
Well, I'd buy that without giving it a thought. I'd buy that if I saw that in a bead shop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Without a doubt.
I'd buy that if I'm way over allocated. I'm sorry. Well done to you all. I have one more section that you're really going to need to complete this element, and this is a kind of a sterling silver collection with a twist. Tell us a little bit about this, please, Linda.
Because the pearls are the colours that they are, and they are essentially have this natural metallic finish. Pip very cleverly, I think, decided that he would put sterling silver accessories as well as the choice, as well as the little gold spacers, and I just think that was an enlightened thought, because putting the sterling silver against the pearls just highlights the silver of the metallic. Putting gold against the pearls highlights the sort of gilding of it and everything. So there's nothing that won't work. And I mean, you'll see from the jewellery, there's a single drop pearl on the chain with a little other item that you're about to bring in a minute, and it just works. I mean, the text that came in about £470 for just the single drop pearl, well, on a sterling silver chain, well, the one that's actually here, the one that I've actually made, would be more expensive than that then if that one was in that particular perhaps internet shop. Because of the extra additions to it.
Absolutely agree with you on that.
Particularly that one.
Particularly this one. You're going to love this. That is one of the most beautiful, stunning amounts and details of sterling silver, and by far one of the best quality citrines I have ever seen, and I mean I have ever seen, full stop. I don't mean here at Jewellery Maker or on the high street, I mean genuinely that is some of the best quality citrine I have ever seen, full stop. It is just an incredible warmth, an astonishing depth, which dives in beautifully with the pearls.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, unless we forget to cover it when we come over for demonstration, I've actually split that. I haven't used it as a clasp. It makes a fabulous clasp, and please, if you do use it as a clasp, make sure that you can see it. It's not tucked behind your neck. Obviously, the option is down to you. But I've actually split it and used it in as 2 drops.
Yeah. Huge amount of this is already gone, and I've not even got your price point in. Your price on the web, £17.95. Telephone bidders, now is your chance to come on in and get it for that price. That is truly sensational. We have sold out of pretty much every single thing we have brought to you today, okay? I've sold out on the pearls, I've sold out on the drop pearls, I sold out earlier on in the crystals. We have been selling out left, right and centre. Why? Because we are bringing you exceptional, individual and unique pieces at price points you would never usually expect. And this is no exception. Lots of you putting this in your baskets, loads of you treating yourself to this. Quantity wise, not absolutely mammoth, but well worth it. And we get a free demonstration as well with Linda. So I just want to say again, I massively apologise for everyone who missed out on the pearls, who missed out on the drops. I'm so sorry. We have tried to make it up with you with sneaky little extra pussies on the price down of things like what's on your screen, but I really wish you all the best of luck on the final few products we do have available, and we do have an alright quantity of this, but please get in as quickly as you possibly can. Linda, you've just had so much fun. As soon as I came in today, you were beaming.
I have slept occasionally, but every time I've gone to sleep, I've dreamt about these fabulous pearls. Yeah. But I couldn't wait to come in today with these. You know, some days, well, you know, you're always enjoying coming in here and working with your genuine gemstones, etc., etc. But this morning, I couldn't wait for the show to start. I couldn't wait to get to this point now. And I'm so glad, as an aside, that I got that sample strand of pearls that Bella sent me about 4 weeks ago, because I've got mine.
I adore that. They are just so phenomenal, and really, it's just an astonishing opportunity. It really, really is. What kind of look do you think this gives? I just think it gives an all-over sophisticated look generally, right? With any pearl, with any gemstone, it all depends sort of what occasion you want it for, what you want to make, what you want from it. But this particular, these particular components work again in any way and for any occasion. I mean, ideally, obviously I can't come on air and just restrand that necklace, those pearls. I mean, that is what I would have loved to have just done, because that's the necklace I'm having. That's the necklace I want from it. Yeah. It's just completely strand it on silk, pearl knotted, and that is going to be a necklace that I will definitely let my 4 granddaughters argue about in the future. And it's going to get such a lot of, and there's so many planned occasions I'm going to wear that necklace for. But obviously here I've had to sort of break it up and move it, and I am still equally as pleased and would wear every single solitary piece, from the delicate through to the more heavy looks. It's worked in every piece as far as I'm concerned. Really has. And we're going to give you a demonstration now to show you how you can work with these. What are we going to be learning, please? Well, this sort of heavier piece here, the one at the front here, that was the first piece I made. When I taught myself how to just restranding the pearls. I thought, well, let's go for, we need to go for drama. The pearls are giving us drama, but don't over-egg the drama. Let's just give the pearls centre stage and then a little bit of a sort of choir in the background, perhaps. Yeah. I mean, that might not be your cup of tea, but it's just essentially sort of really showcasing the fact that these can be hugely dramatic. And then, as I say, with the Swarovski crystals, etc., you can make it a lot more delicate. So, to make the sort of little circular chain bit, I think I've done this once before on air. So I apologise if you've seen it before, but I just couldn't resist doing that same thing again. You need, I think there's a gold wire bundle coming up, but if you haven't actually got any and you would like some, there's a gold wire bundle coming up shortly. But take about, I suppose that's about 6 inches or 5 inches, about 13, 14 centimetres. This is 0.1, because we needed some bold structure for these big, bold pearls. And I'm just using a ring mandrel. You can obviously use a mandrel of any form. Ring mandrels are great because obviously it's graduated, and you can see from the letters or the numbers on the mandrel the place to go each time you're doing this particular backdrop for the pearl. Out of interest, I think I went around the O. Okay, having said that, it will expand a little bit, but you just need, these are humongous pearls, so you need them to have a little bit of fresh air around them just to see the shape of the whole thing. So all I did was I popped my wire onto that section of the ring mandrel, and then bring both sections round together, holding quite tightly onto this part here, and then let them just cross. Okay? And then take that, remove that from the ring mandrel, and using your flat nose pliers, you just need to pop them where the wires cross, okay, and then take that wire through about 90 degrees, up, again, on the other one, just before they cross, bring it up again. Okay, obviously you can see I've got a lot of excess there. It's much better to have too much than not enough, because we're going to have to do a simple loop on this now. And what I suggest you do is, before you do anything else, is once you've made this one, work out how many pearls that you want,
and make them all. It just seems to be, if you make each component individually with the pearl encased, they somehow seem to change in size. Having said that, the pearls will too, but keep these all the same size. So make them all in one go. What you need to do then is just trim this excess down to just over 1 centimetre. Okay, both the same. And take the round nose pliers. Okay, now this is just over 1 centimetre, 1.5 centimetres is going to make quite a sizable simple loop. So consequently, my view is the length of wire that you've got here in this residue is a good idea to go roughly the same length down the plier, and then you'll get a nice turn on it, okay?
Okay.
So about just 1 centimetre, 1.5 centimetres. Take it back, and that should, in a perfect world, match up with the bend in the wire.
Got you.
So that's sort of a top tip really that I've learned, to be honest, in the last few weeks. That the same length of wire, same length down the plier. So again, about the same length, and take it back.
Okay.
Right. Then, taking some a length about 6 inches, 12-15 centimetres of 0.4. A bit like you would if you were doing a comb or a tiara. You lay a residue of about 1 inch, lay it on top of the circle of wire, okay, and hold that down, and then take the wire underneath and just attach that by a couple of 3 to be exact of tight twists, and then push them as close together as you can. That'll tighten them up, and it'll also make them look less of a sort of structure. Now here comes the beautiful part. Is take one of the pearls and pop that on and let that drop down into the centre. Okay, centre it up. Don't pop the wire on straight away before you've actually looked at a centre point, because you might find if you've got the pearl right over here, you might give a little bit of extra tug. It's something to do with the brain eye orientation. I did find that if I move them over there, I somehow managed to clamp this a little bit too close. Yeah. So if you push the pearl more or less into the space and hold it, you won't manipulate the 1 mil wire. And again, bring it around. And so let me just tighten that up a little bit. Keep it in the centre. Bring it around, bring it through, and then tighten up exactly the same as when you began. So it's 3 twists, bring it through, and chop it off. And that's that component made.
And to be able to create that lovely link, you are going to need your wire. I'm going to bring this on very quickly now because the sellout proportions on that is very, very high indeed. I'm bringing to you the wire now. This is the wire that we've just used to create that frame, if you will, to really highlight those individual, unique, natural pearls. And this is your 50 metre spool, and you've got 1 mil on this one, nice and thick to create that chain-like design. I've also got in here for you your 0.8, so a nice structural wire still, but actually perfect for the likes of your findings, your rings, etc. And then last but by no means least, you've got your 0.6, a real nice sturdy structural effect of a wire there for you to help finish off these designs. You've got 70 metres worth in total. Your price point today, you can't buy the 1 mil for that. The 1 mil for that amount was more than $14.95 in my recollection.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Totally. Yeah.
That is a special deal, okay? If you're running low on your wire, now's your opportunity to add some more of those. And you could see how idyllic, if I can just borrow that a second.
Yes, absolutely.
You could see how idyllic the colour of this specific wire is for those pearls, and how the framing of it just shows off that colour so well. So if you got the pearls and you want to know you're going to get that ideal match and you're going to have enough to do these looks and designs, then treat yourself to this whilst you can, because truly that is an absolute bargain not to be be ignored. Triple gold at £14.95. Well done, one and all. Linda, I'm back with you.
Right, so the next component, if you remember I said to make all of those components together, what I forgot to say is only on the first component of that little round wire, do the simple loop. Okay, leave all of the other components unlooped, as it were, because we have to put those on to start making the chain from scratch. The reason being is I've now got that next component, which is the beginning of the next part of the chain here. Okay, but what you need to do now, which is why don't do the loop, is you need to pass that through those loops and let it zing down. You can, if you did happen to think, oh gosh, I've done exactly that, I've finished them all off. Obviously, these are simple loops, they can be opened. It's just somehow more simple to let it grow like that, component by component, rather than have to keep undoing, because you do sort of slightly compromise the wire, and you might not just close it up enough when you've got the pure weight of that chain growing. And then it's a simple, again, is exactly what I've just showed you. Pop the pearl in and coil back into the simple loop, and then make the next component. When, Becky, would you mind bringing that in, and then I can just talk that one through on the rest of it. When you are doing this sort of square part here, it's these will go onto Facebook, I presume, the photographs.
They will indeed.
So it's really easy to peer at the photograph and see how the rest of it is done. All the components are made in exactly the same way, and then you'll see the bottom component here before it goes into the square is simply jump ringed. You can make the jump rings with your wire on your round nose pliers, or with a jump ring maker, or any sort of smaller mandrel.
Wire has sold out, by the way, do apologise. Another sellout today.
You can just literally link in with a couple of jump rings, made, or if you've already got them ready made. And these four here, just bring the drops in either side first, and then link them together just with a jump ring either side, okay? Very, very simple. And then obviously it's a chain link. Simple, again, simple loops through with the 1 mil wire, would you believe?
Wow.
Yeah, because the 1 mil wire will go through the Swarovski.
That's fantastic.
When we come down to the pearls, slightly different ball game here. If you have, hopefully, any of the gold featherweight head pins, then that's what I've used here. But with the 0.4 wire, you can just make a little stopper on the wire here, or put one of those little gold balls in, you know, little gold balls, and then just miss the gold ball and feed back through the pearl to make the tassel drop.
Okay.
So that is really, really simple. Just a tiny little point. Not really a point, but it's just, we've got these humongous pearls in, and we've got the delicate, gorgeous little tiny ones. I've just finished off the neckline, just here with the little ones, 3 on a piece of wire, and then wrapped loop in a rosary link chain together, just to enable anybody to do it up with the clasp so much easier than have the bulk of the pearl right at the backdrop there. It would be quite nice actually dropping a large pearl from that backdrop then.
Really would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's just glorious. Thank you so much, Linda.
Pleasure. Thank you
for showing us that and giving us that
you.
design.
Thank you.
It really is phenomenally beautiful. I really do adore kind of the movement and the look and everything else on it. Thank you for showing us that.
It's a pleasure.
I think it's just beautiful. Okay, are we doing it? Showstopper. Sapphire is something that we get a lot of at JewelleryMaker. Well, a relative amount. This is not an everyday sapphire that I'm about to show you. When you think of high-grade sapphire, the likes of your cashmere will come into mind. What I'm bringing to you is the intensity of cashmere sapphire, but with the light translation that cashmere cannot give you. I told you earlier on that I had a Burmese sapphire for you. What I didn't tell you was that for me, this is genuinely, truly, in many areas, first water Burmese sapphire. First water Burmese sapphire. First off, let's talk about that colour. Can you see what I mean about that cashmere colour, about that intensity? It really, don't forget when I talk about cashmere sapphire, if you haven't heard about it, it's basically the premium sapphire. It fetches the most something extortionate prices. The types of prices you will be paying for cashmere sapphire, let's just say, won't be triple figures. It won't be triple figures. It will be way above and beyond that. What you're getting with this very, very, very beautiful look is it's from a location, the Mogok Valley, okay, in Burma, is where you get some of the most sought after and famed gemstones in the world. This is your Burmese sapphire, and what Burmese sapphire gives you is an intensity that is unrivaled by any other sapphire. With a Burmese sapphire, for top quality, you're looking at around about 80% in tone and in hue of blue, but you're going to be getting about 40% very deep purple as well. And that's most certainly what you've got here. To my eye, you've got, you know, an 80-20 split along a lot of these. There is a lot of purples within there that just shine through this stunning gemstone. Now, what you have is kind of the cashmere look and tonality, because of course cashmere sapphire, you could expect those really nice, rich, intense tones. But what you've got with this that I wouldn't expect with your cashmere is the diaphanity. You've got first water, to my eye, along a lot of this. And cashmere sapphire doesn't really tend to give you that. With cashmere, it can sometimes have a little... Well, let's put it this way. Cashmere sapphire has a lot of clarity, but not necessarily transparency. Do we all understand the difference between clarity and transparency? So clarity refers to whether or not it has inclusions, okay? So you can get something that is very, very full of clarity, but so no inclusions whatsoever, but actually can almost look a little bit foggy inside, can look a bit misty inside, a bit sleepy inside. And then you've got transparency, and transparency is all about the clearness, the cleanness. This is true, real deal kind of transparency that we have on this. There are elements within there that have got texture and detail and internal characteristics, but the way in which the light moves through is crisp and clean. And what we have with something like this is you have a first water effect. It's got that luminosity about it as the light moves through. You'll be able to see it better at home. You really will when you've got genuine, real deal, natural light. You'll be able to see that better. But it's most certainly not your bywater, most certainly not. If this were bywater in effect, you would get this really sleepy, flat, dull, almost just paint-like colouring. That's not what you've got with this. And the lights in here are very one-directional, so it's always going to be hard for you to see, you know, up to the first water quality on gemstones like this, because the lights are so one-directional. The light hits straight away, and you've not got the even amount at the back. But if I get my torch out, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. Obviously, you're not going to have to carry your torch around with you. You're going to have natural light all the way around you, but you're going to see exactly what I mean when you see this. That beautiful luminosity that you get with it. You can see it now, can't you? Do you see what I mean? You know, lots of transparency, lots of luminosity. You can see even now, can't you, some kind of first water effects in here. First water in many places, 80-20 split, Burmese sapphire is always going to be a considered purchase. The fact that you have got the natural colouring, effect, depth, transparency to this. It's not been filled, it's not been treated, it's not got glass in it or lead in it. The fact that that's on top of that at trade prices would usually mean you're expected to pay around about a 60% premium, purely because it's natural and purely because of the quality. I'm amazed we managed to get this for under £130. I nearly said £130 then, for under £130. Today, it's just £89.95. This is incredible Burmese sapphire. When we talk about Burmese sapphire, we were talking about the big, the name, the effect. We've had some people texting in asking what first water is. What is the best? So, essentially with gemstones you can get different levels and different movements, let's say, of light through it. I will go to the extreme because there are kind of parts in between. You can get secondary and third and things like that. Okay, so there's at the very two extremes. You've got by water, which is by as in goodbye, by water. So a by water gem will be something which when you look inside it, when you look into it, if you're doing it with the naked eye or specifically with a loupe, what you will get is something that almost looks like if you were to hold up a piece of gauze or a piece of shibori ribbon or something, no, not shibori ribbon, like an organza ribbon up in front of your eyes. It will look foggy, it will look out of sorts, it will look not quite there, not quite perfect, which means that the light kind of moves in almost a slower manner through the gem. It can look a little bit sad, it can look a little bit dreary, it can look a little bit damp, squibby. First water is at the other end, so you can still have inclusions in something that is first water, but it's to do with the luminosity that this gives you. You're going to be able to see that in this when you get this home. It's that brightness, it's that freshness. We don't get to see this often at all in this quality, do we?
I don't think I've ever seen it.
No.
No, not at all. It's the first time I've heard that phrase as well. It's brilliant to hear that. What strikes me as a jewellery maker is the colour, though. It's just a perfect sapphire blue.
Yeah, it is, isn't
just
it?
Perfect. And, you know, that is the first thing that strikes me with a strand is the piece of jewellery I'm going to make with it. And then very close second is the gem itself.
Yeah.
And that gem is a perfect blue sapphire.
It is astonishing, isn't it? It really is. Well done to all of you who got that. Not a huge quantity left because this is Burmese sapphire. It is, some say, not all, but some gemologists say, the scarcest of sapphires that is still being mined. Obviously, there's some sapphire mines that have closed down a long time ago, but the scarcest. So well done to you all. Burmese sapphire is astonishing. And imagine just two of the tiny ones on either side of maybe that largest pearl there in the centre. These are coming up for you, natural, coloured, graduated, round pearls. I'm just saying good thing after good thing after good thing with this. They're coming up for you in minutes. Please don't go anywhere. It's our deal of the day and it can, if you're lucky, be yours very shortly after this break.
Sarah Elvin brings you her DVD, Friendship Bracelets. This fantastic DVD is filled with excellent techniques to create the perfect friendship bracelet. This includes the chevron style bracelet, the knitted style bracelet, and the crisscross bracelet. Friendships are forever, and so are bracelets. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from JewelleryMaker.
I think when I look back on it, I think I was brought up as a beader. Not a jewellery maker, a beader. because, you know, we always had my granny's button box and lace box, and, you know, you could go through her beads and put them all together, string them, you know. Jewellery maker is quality, and if you want the quality, that's who you've got to go to. I like your presenters and the certain ones. Yeah, and it's a shame it's so far, because I'd like to do loads more courses. But yeah, I will always be buying from JewelleryMaker. I am that sort of person with energy who likes to jump from medium to medium. Depending on what day of the week it is, depending on what I feel like. I find I work differently if I'm sitting in my workroom at the table than I do when I'm sitting with a tray in front of the television. But yeah, no, I would say to new people coming in, if you are looking at genuine gemstones, it's got to be JewelleryMaker. I would say look at the bundles, because I think you do some really good bundles. And press the button quick and buy them. You know, don't wait to think about it, because I think that's one of the big things, is if you wait, it's gone. You can always order, and what I usually do is I'll order, and I'll have other things in the back of my mind that I can add to that order to get your postage money's worth. Yeah. And if I don't like it, I can send it back. But I think that is the way to buy.
Pearls are classic. I mean, who doesn't love pearls? You look at them, they look elegant, they look classy, and they make elegant, classy jewellery when you're creating with them. I think right from the whitest of white pearl to the peach pearl, they're always stunning, and anybody can wear them. They're one of my favourites. You see them, don't you, in expensive jewellers, covered in diamonds. Diamond and pearls are the classic duo, and that's why I love pearls.
Pearls are always a huge seller on JewelleryMaker, and I think it's because there's a huge amount of emotional attachment to them. I think whatever walk of life you come from, whatever your age, you always associate pearls with maybe someone who's worn pearls before you, maybe your grandma, maybe your mum. So there's always that emotional attachment to pearls, and they can be classic, they can be contemporary, they can really be whatever you want them to be, and definitely one of my favourite gemstones.
I've been wearing this all day, and I am so looking forward to being able to bring this to you, and for you to be able to feel the way that I've been feeling for the last few hours, because this is so, I'm going to use the word again, and I just need to remind you that I'm using this word in personal terms, but in very true, very realistic, not over the top, not blowing steam over it, very true manner. This strand, for me, is perfect. Every single thing that I would look for in a strand of pearls, if money was no object, this would be it for me. They're perfect in their shape. Now, I don't just mean the fact that they are round, although round obviously do change prices greatly. The reason that rounds change prices greatly is because it's very, very rarely seen, and also because it's very sought after, and Mother Nature doesn't tend to give it to us, and therefore it is tricky to get. But whether it's, you know, Akoya, Tahitian, freshwater, South Sea pearls, rounds are the ones that you will find are the most expensive of each of those variety. You can get, you know, Baroque style for cheaper, potato for cheaper, drop style for cheaper. In each of those designs, rounds time and time again are the premium. And I've got it on here. And when I talk about shape, I don't just mean the shape as in the roundness. I mean the actual shape and the settling of that necra on the orient. It is idyllic to be able to get these without that swirling that can sometimes look like a helter-skelter, without those pits and those troughs and those blemishes, is incredible. And to be able to get that naturally is even more astonishing. Your graphics are in now. This is your time to call. If you're ringing in now, you're going to be getting yourself to the front of that queue. You're not going to be the one waiting with everyone else when that price comes in. You're going to be in there at the front of the queue. People already allocated this to their basket. So lovely to see you all. You've got the perfect shape, not only with the roundness, but with that smoothness as well. And with the shape, if I hold this out for you too, I want you to have a look at the luster on this. Look at how crisp and how clean that is. I would say you're up to a AAA. That's what I would say. By the way, just to let you know, I did 3 meters worth of pearls for you yesterday. Well done if you got those. We've still been chatting about them even today. But just to let you know that we have about half the quantity today of this, so I'm just forewarning you. You have got such a beautiful crispness of light on these. I'm going to say we're looking at around about a AAA. That's what I would be suggesting of that luster, because it doesn't look really diffracted. It looks quite nicely crisp. In fact, so crisp that you can even see the reflection of my desk and the lights above it, and you can even see the reflection of the lights in my desk in the pearl. Now that is a good luster. That is a crisp, nice, clean luster, and that's really an important thing to look for. An important thing that I want to talk to you about as well, which is very important for me. I don't mind a treatment on a gemstone, and I genuinely don't. There are certain ones though, however, that I will kind of shy away from. On pearls, if I can get a natural pearl over a treated pearl, I don't mind paying the premium, because there's something about that natural ability of Mother Nature that hasn't been tampered with, hasn't been messed with, that just speaks to me and for some reason feels more precious. Now this is a strand of natural coloured pearls, and you have to remember for me that when we have colours, it's described as your pearl palette, and each individual colour in a freshwater variety will tend to come with a different price tag, and I'm going to depict that now on my slide. Now this slide talks to you a little bit about pearls availability in colours, and it talks to you about the palette of colours that we have. Now this is a very interesting one. The colours that I've put on that slide are in price order. So the lowest, the one at the bottom, those dark creams and yellows, are the slightly more common. Now please remember for me that these are natural, so actually getting a natural pearl is never common in colour, but it's the slightly more regularly occurring. So you'll pay in general slightly less for the natural yellows and cream colours, slightly less of those. Going up the scale, you're paying a little bit more for those creams that are almost like a grey cream, and a step up there more, you've got the light creams. Now they're kind of mid-range, about mid-range in price point, still more expensive in general than your yellows, but still up there in price. Now let's have a look at the colours we've got on this strand. White is the next step up in that, because white is less common, naturally occurring than the likes of your yellow, so you will be paying a premium. In fact, you'll be paying a premium around about 3 steps or 3 grades higher. We've got lovely amounts of white here interspersed throughout evenly in this strand. Let's go above that to one of the most expensive natural colours, because it hardly ever happens, and you're at the top of that screen, there, and you're in that pink location. Look at the freshness and the vibrancy of that example of the pink, and then look at this one. It's idyllic, isn't it? Absolutely perfect round detailing on this. And then if we go back to that slide, you may well notice that something's missing, and I'm going to tell you exactly why. There is a colour missing on that, because I made that slide about about 2 years ago. And there's a colour missing on that slide because it's classified as the rarest colour, essentially. And when I was going to put it on the slide, and I was talking to my manager Scott about it, he said, you don't really, as long as you reference, you know, that there is other colours available, blah, 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 there's no real need to put that colour on the slide, because we're never going to get it here at JewelleryMaker. It's this colour, right here. It's this colour right here. It's this glorious kind of lavender lilac-y perfect purple colour. And there is a reason that on each of these strands that colour is the central piece, because it grabs the attention. Now, this is a phenomenal opportunity, and the graduation on this is impeccable. So impeccable that we're ranging it. We haven't gone, okay, here's a selection of 3.5 mils, and now here's a selection of 4.5 mils. This is bit by bit, mil by mil, going for that very, very gentle, delicate graduation. In fact, so delicate, I thought I'd get my measuring tool for you so that we could have a little look. I'll start, you know, here towards the middle. What are we looking at there? That's you. We're looking at, what are you saying on that one? How many mils are we suggesting on that?
That's about 5.
About 5? Yeah, about 5 mil there. So I've got that. Let me move a little bit of space. There. So about 5 mil on that one we're looking at, aren't we? Okay. Now, let's go up. So normally you'd expect us to go up to a 6 mil now, wouldn't you? Surely we'd be going up to a 6 mil. It's more like 5, and it's not even 5.5 quite, is it? It's kind of, it's what, 5, 6-ish about? Let's go up a little bit more, shall we? There we go. We're up there again. So we're going, it's what are we looking at on that one, you're going to say? Again, about 8.5. I mean, this is of a millimetre, you know, this isn't of a centimetre. This is tiny, tiny, tiny amounts. And then we're getting right there into that centre one. And look, you're looking at huge, huge, huge size on here. It's about, what, 9.5 you've got on that one? That is totally and absolutely bit by bit, tiny by tiny elements of growth. That isn't 2 mil, you know, 5 mil or a centimetre every time. And that isn't, you know, right, you're going to get 2 inches of 3 mil and then 2 inches of 4 mil. It's not like that. It's tiny element by element and element. Imagine having to, first off, find those pearls exactly in that difference. Then imagine having to find 2 pearls, because you've got the different sizes at each side that will etch in and etch in and etch in slightly and slightly and slightly. And then imagine having to find them in perfect rounds, with perfect lustre, without swishes and swirls, and in the right colour order. I mean, I don't know about you, but I know this sounds ridiculous. I couldn't even find the time, effort or energy to draw like that. Do you know what I mean? I really couldn't, let alone find the actual pearls made by Mother Nature. Sophia's in with us, hello. Dreamy, multicoloured pearl strands are my absolute favourite gem, and these are a fantastic specimen. Oh, Sophia, I'm so glad we could make your dreams. I really, really am. And can I just say to you also that I'm not finished there. You've got a clasp with this as well in sterling silver. Now, this is a clasp I have not seen ever before, but I know, Linda, that you have.
Yeah, my husband bought me for my 30th wedding anniversary a strand of pearls. I think the largest one on that is about 5 mil, 6 mil. And it was 3 figures. The first one started with a 7. Same length of those pearls, overall length, and exactly the same clasp.
The same clasp.
Yeah, absolutely. With a you know, short of looking at the metal weight, etc., on the naked eye, it is exactly that clasp. The clasp is because it's such a safe clasp. It
really is.
It's
so safe.
It's a modern version of the sort of vintage pearl clasp that every strand of pearls used to have. This
definitely
going in over a little bar, coming out and clipping in again.
Clipping in.
It's purely for safety.
Yeah, it's double security
as well.
It really is double security, which is understandable. Let me show you. If I flip that, so here we go. You've got the hook here, which clips through this section. You pull it up so it's nicely in order, and then lock it into place.
Perfect.
So that is literally double security there. And you want double security when you're dealing with perfect rounds in natural pearls.
Yes, absolutely. I apologise for the fact that I haven't put that clasp on very well. I've just seen under magnification.
No, don't be silly,
put a crimp cover over it.
Would you knot these maybe with some
definitely.
silk?
Yes, absolutely, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, because There's a lot of pearls there. There's a lot of pearls. You know, and when you, I mean, that's the traditional way. I would just restrand that, definitely, because it's been so cherry-picked.
Yes, it really has.
That is definitely the first thing. And then, you know, if you were fortunate to have the other strand, another strand, then you could carry them. But personally, I would restrand that entirely as it came on the strand, pop the clasp on, using the silk, knotting, and then should, heaven forbid, the strand break, I've only lost, hopefully not, one pearl.
One, that's it.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
The silk is coming up for you a little bit later on. Are we all, can I just let you know, so many of you have already checked this out, and congratulations to you all. This is not everyday quality. Absolutely. Are you ready? This is including the sterling silver clasp. £79.95. That is truly exquisite. Your strands that you said yourself, 30th anniversary, you know, same length, same class, which was a bit of a shock, was a triple figure price beginning with a 7.
Yeah, truly it was. It was £750 to be exact, from a jeweller's.
So almost 10 times this price, actually.
Absolutely. And okay, it's glorious. I love everything about it.
Yeah.
They're white. That's my next go-to. I've achieved that, if you see what I mean.
I know what you mean.
But that would definitely be my next go-to. That would be the higher echelons of a pearl collection. Simply because of, you know, again, the sheer beauty. There's nothing more beautiful than a perfect pearl.
Yes.
And they are.
They really, really are.
Yeah.
£80 for pearls, which are up in price so dramatically on the market, is something. But £49.95 is a completely. Ooh. Is it, sorry, Linda, I do feel like I need to apologise. Is it completely astonishing?
No, I don't apologise.
Isn't
it's
that
brilliant.
incredible?
Yeah. It is incredible because if I saw that, again, going back to an earlier conversation, if I saw that necklace in a shop, I wouldn't expect to see that particular perfection of pearls in anything other than just a single, say Bond Street, in an oval window or something like that, sitting on its own without a price tag on it, on a black velvet bust. Because it's an eye catcher, and that's what they do it for. It catches people's eyes.
Definitely.
And that's it. And again, this is where the future's going, intercoloured pearls. They're even rarer and rarer and rarer. So it just fascinates me that each of you've just said really eloquently that every single solitary one is growing minimally into the perfect strand.
Absolutely. And the amount of work and effort and energy to do that is completely worth it. At the £80 mark, I'm happy. At $49.95, I know that I have the opportunity now to purchase something which I will love and adore, and so will many generations after me.
Well, definitely. Again, you have that that opportunity to make that necklace and leave it like that forever. And then, you know, eventually it goes to somebody else. But at that price, you know what? If, say, your daughter's getting married, or say your daughter's going to be a bridesmaid, or it's your mum's pearl wedding anniversary or something like that, you know, around about £50 is a drop in the ocean for a strand of that. I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, it's a considerable amount of money. But for the quality of what you're buying, again, it's not really comparable with the product. And I'm sure, and again, with this strand, I would really encourage you. It might cost, I really don't know. But I would certainly have a jeweller's opinion on it, even if you don't go the whole hog and have them valued.
Yeah.
Just pop them in and say, oh, what do you think of this?
What do you think, yeah.
And just watch for that first reaction.
Definitely. We had a customer message in yesterday and say that she had used, she'd used our pearls, done a 3-strand choker necklace, given it to her daughter, a choker, mind, and it was beryl, wasn't it, higher beryl, and gave it to her daughter, and for 3-strand choker, got it valued over, it was £3,000.
Yeah, exactly.
£3,000.
I mean, pearls, particularly pearls of this quality, have a preconceived, it sounds a bit tacky saying price, but it does have a
value attached.
Value, that's the word. They have a preconceived value. and people are willing to pay. I mean, even I think if you go to the level of craft fairs and that, if you put a strand like that, it is an eye catcher, and people will immediately know that they are quite special. You know, so they can do that jump from the craft fair at whatever price you want to pitch in with your time, right up to that Dubai window.
Definitely.
And still be that same product.
And still be the same product.
Yeah.
You're completely right. Please don't charge $49.95 for them. Yes, I should say that. Please don't. We shouldn't be. The reason I've been able to do that is because I've got a decent quantity. It is about half of what I had yesterday in quantity, but you know, yesterday I had, was it 800, I think. Today, nowhere near that amount, I'm afraid. $49.95 is an incredible opportunity of something that will last.
And never ever go out of fashion in any way, shape or form. It always has been. Pearls have always been in fashion from Middle Ages, probably before then, right up to now and the future. They will never, and they won't lose their value neither. They simply won't. They never have, and they never will. It's only here that we seem to, you know, jiggle about with them like that.
Yeah. Linda's face, that was a real reaction of shock, says TC. It is though, and totally, rightly and understandably so.
Yeah, and it was because of this strand of pearls that I've got that, say, was £750, a single strand, and it's a 16-inch strand, and I spent years looking for them. I really did. I spent way before my 30th wedding anniversary, I started looking for the perfect strand. And today I've seen both. I've seen that's the next perfect strand for me, and unfortunately, as I said before, with the ripple pearls, I've got that strand at home as well, so I'm quite pearl happy.
You're looking at around about 70 pence per pearl, but that is taking into account the clasp in that, because there's about 72. There's about 72 in there. These are perfect rounds. These are graduated in size. These are absolutely natural. As anyone else, I was just going to say that, Ollie. Director Ollie just said exactly what I was just going to say. We're always saying, oh, and you know, so close, it's only 1 mil off a perfect round. Isn't it only 1 mil off? Because 1 mil off a perfect round is great, because 1 mil off a perfect round is, you know, everyone wants a perfect round. The perfect round is the one you go to. In fact, have you got that shape slide, I wonder? Have you? These are 3 different types of freshwater pearl that I've got coming up on your screen now. You've got the likes of your Tahitian and your Aquia in there. And I've done those in price order as well for each variety, because what I wanted to show you is that with these, starting off, following the arrow where the arrowhead is the most expensive, you can see at the lower end of the scale, depending on what type of pearl, it's either a circle or baroque that is the most common for that type of mollusk and therefore the cheapest. In the centre, you know, you've got kind of the oval prices. That's kind of the middle, because they are quite common, quite regular. But in certain styles, you've got drops, because certain mollusks react in certain ways. In every single one of 3 of the biggest types, with the likes of your Tahitian and the likes of your Aquia pearls, which are on your screen, for every single one of those and more, including the likes of your South Sea, the most expensive, most executive, because of its rarity shape, is round. That's why we're always harping on about, you know, oh, it's 1 mil off a perfect round, because a perfect round demands prices, demands respect, and has that authority and that sought after nature, but we hardly ever get it. And yet, you've got about 72 of them on this strand. Now, I have to encourage you to check out, please, because I have so many people with this in their baskets. I've got North Yorkshire, Tyne and Wear, Hertfordshire, I've got Dublin, Kent, Devon, Merseyside, Cheshire, Worcestershire, Collector, Merseyside, Kent, Greater Manchester, North Yorkshire. I've got another Kent in with us. I've got another another Devon in with us. These are all people with it in their baskets. I've got Fife in there as well, and I've got another Collector. So please, those are just people with it in their baskets, and I will encourage you to check out now, because we are getting to that stage where we know this is getting into very, very, very low opportunities. It's a natural colour. That's one big tick in the box. It is a perfect shape in here, which for me is a big tick in the box. The smoothness of the orient is there, no pits, no blemishes, and therefore that again has got another big tick for me. And with that graduation that's going along this, you have got, for me, 4 big ticks in every single box that I would hope for and more, because you've actually got the sterling silver that goes alongside this. You've got such a huge amount of positives in this. Caroline, I am tearing up because I can picture my mum's face when I give them to her for her 75th birthday. She won't be able to believe it, and neither can I.
See, that's all it needs, isn't it?
Yeah, Caroline, that is beautiful.
It is. I would love to be a sort of a fly on the wall and see that happen. You know, see somebody receive something that beautiful. And please don't take this in the way it's not meant to be. But to be able to give somebody something like that, which essentially perhaps you would not, well, most of us certainly wouldn't be able to afford, would we?
No.
You know, if you went into a shop and you saw those at £500, you wouldn't be able to say, oh, I'll get that, Mum. You know, I mean, some would, but most wouldn't. But at £50, with the class, you know, it's feasible. And it's such a joy to be able to do that to a loved one like your mum.
Yeah, absolutely. Caroline, that is beautiful. And I can imagine her face, and it is going to be lit up. It really will. Congratulations to you and everyone else. We've had people messaging in asking, is that colour natural? Yes, it is. All of those colours. Don't forget, if you get these home and you change your mind and you don't love them, it's a 30-day money-back guarantee. No questions, no quibbles, no IQ tests, no Dr. Dots, no jumping over hoops or juggling flames, nothing like that. Just get in touch with us. We'll sort it out. It's chilled, it's relaxed. It'll get put back into your account. It's one of those things, though, that I don't want you to risk missing out on now, because I know what we've got coming up I know what we've got in our vaults, I know what we've got coming up over the next couple of weeks in our shows, and I know that it isn't anything quite like this. That is an incredible discount that we've just done that on you, and I don't want you to miss out, so seize the day whilst you can, because I don't want you to regret it. Okay, everybody, how's about now we've seen this, let's get some inspiration. Wall of Fame. Wall of Fame is a great opportunity that you get to send in your makes, pictures of them. We enter you into a draw on Wednesday. We'll take a draw and you get the chance to win £100 or £50 credited to your account. So, shall we get started? I'll start off, shall I? Why not? 431, and this belongs to Sharon. Oh, hello, Sharon. I know you, Sharon. Lovely Sharon Townsend. Here is a simple design, all from JewelleryMaker, sending lots of love from Sharon. Sharon, thank you for doing those for us. I really like how beautiful and clean and crisp those pearls are, and perfect for today's pearl show as well. Thank you very much, Sharon. You're a love. 431's your number.
This is lovely. I love the photography on this one. I've been looking for a 4-leaf clover ever since. This is number 426, and it's from Susie. Susie says, hi everyone at JewelleryMaker, please find my entry for the Wall of Fame. It's been months since my last entry after being poorly. Oh, sorry about that. I'm so much better now, and with JewelleryMaker on TV 24/7, I've plenty of time to catch up on things. My entry is a bunch of flowers made with diamond cut wires, 0.4 wire, 1mm wire and mesh wire, including in the flowers of various gemstones of shell pearls, jasper, lapis, quartzite and black agate, all from JewelleryMaker. Also some little small wooden beads I've used for the back of each flower, and I hope you like them. Thank you, JM. Love and hugs to all at JewelleryMaker, and good luck to everybody out there on the Wall of Fame. And that's Angelique, in brackets, Susie. That's beautiful. Oh, it really is, and I'll find that 4-leaf clover in a minute. And your 426, Susie.
Thank you, Susie, you're a love. Okay, I just wanted to show you this and then do this. Because look at how alike they are. Isn't that an exquisite strand? So this is number 432 that I have there for you. And this is from Mel. Hello, Mel. She says, my entry this week is a simple Tree of Life bracelet. I wanted it to keep it light and simple and wear with some AA Tanzanite 925 earrings I have. I used an A+ grade Tanzanite rondelle and 925 findings from JM. The tree is a Tree of Life connector from my stash. Good luck, everyone. And that is Mel from Yorkshire. Mel, I'm loving the quality of that Tanzanite. I really am. Good luck to you. Your number's 432. Beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is number 427. Lovely pearl necklace here. It's from Abby. Abby says, hi guys, here's my latest makes. 4 strings of stunning pearls and chainmail and pearl knotting. So I've been a busy girl. Needless to say, I need more pearls. Sorry. Good job it's Pearl Weekend. Fingers crossed for a win. Abby, it's beautiful, yeah, and certainly carry on with your pearl making because it's wonderful.
It's really going beautifully. I was just wondering, this design I'm about to show you, imagine this technique.
Yes. With these.
With these.
Beautiful.
I mean, it's going to make it go so much further, isn't it? With that knotting technique, you can see the spacing of that. Imagine. I love this idea, Julie. Thank you so much. Julie is saying, hello again, everyone. My entry to the Wall of Fame is my first attempt at pearl knotting. Wow, using shell pearl and peach moonstone drops with 3 pairs of matching earrings. I cut 3 pairs of earring findings and used a recoil to feature the dangle. My next knotting project is to set freshwater pearls and natural rubies for a birthday in August, which is why I wanted to practice first. Good luck to everyone, best wishes, and that is Judy in Dudley, Judy Dudley from the Isle of Wight. Thank you so much for doing that for us. I think that technique,
gorgeous, absolutely.
Well done on your first attempt as well. Definitely. Thank you very much. You are 433. Final few of those pearls available if you want them, by the way.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Oh, wow.
It's a cuff with some sea beads. This is number 428. And it's from Toria. Toria says, hi all at JewelleryMaker. It's official. I've jumped onto the seed bead wagon and I am officially hooked. Smiley face. Actually, it's a winky face. A face with a wink.
Oh, winky.
Yeah. I went a little seed bead crazy on the weekend and bought almost every kit that you had on. And then she goes, oops. I love the super duos and have created a chevron pattern in the bracelet and edged with some of your fabulous micro faceted spinel. Now, if only you could get gemstone super duos, that would be brilliant, wouldn't it? And Toria says, good luck to all. Yeah, that's a thought. Toria, that's beautiful. It's really my type of jewellery, that. I love that. It's fascinating.
Thank you very much for that. I am in love with this next one.
Oh, wow.
434. Now, I've been into metal clay. I've gotten into it, but I still haven't stepped up to the silver clay yet. I need to give it a go. Hi all at JM, here is my entry to this week's Wall of Fame, which is a pendant I've made using silver clay, shaped like a shell. I used it to set orange sapphire to look like a starfish, really inspired by Tracy's introduction to clay at workshop I attended last year, and I love working with a new medium. Good luck to you all in the draw. Bye for now. And that is Tamsin, from Somerset. Tamsin, that is so exquisite, and I love that it's unique.
Totally unique, isn't it?
Really
Always
beautiful.
Will be. It's absolutely stunning.
434.
Excuse me. I'm talking about silver clay.
Oh, hello.
This is another silver clay version here. This is 429 and it's from Tracy in Merseyside. Hi all at JewelleryMaker Towers. Having sent in a Wall of Fame, I haven't sent in a Wall of Fame entry for a while. So after being on the Silver Clay Beginners Workshop yesterday with Tracy, I thought I'd send a picture of what I made. The workshop was excellent, and even though I've worked with silver clay before, I still learnt some new techniques. Hope it makes it to the wall. And that's Tracy in Merseyside. Tracy, that's absolutely gorgeous.
It really is.
It really is. It's beautiful.
To be able to get, you've got such a beautiful finish on those. I was filing some of I was working with bronze clay the other day and just snapped it. So to get those perfect edges, you really have been delicate there. Well done to you. This is from Lynn, and Lynn, I love this bold piece. Hi all at JM, and please enter my simple pearl pendant into the Wall of Fame. All it took to create was a little bit of wire, 1 earring finding, 4 pearls and chain, all from JM of course. Kind regards from Lynn. Lynn, thank you for sending that in. I really like that, and hardly anything to make it, but what a great look. 435.
This last one is number 430. This is really dramatic. I love these colours. And it's from, again in Merseyside, it's Sue. And Sue says, hi everybody, here's my entry for the Wall of Fame. It's faceted labradorite and ruby nuggets from JewelleryMaker with a dragon from my stash. The rubies are very, very smooth and silky. I've had them for a while before I made anything, just because I kept picking them up to feel them. The gems were far too nice to give up, so I've made this for myself, and that's Sue in Liverpool. Sue, I don't blame you. I couldn't give that away. I really couldn't.
No, I'd be keeping it as well.
Absolutely.
Sue, thank you so much, and thank you to all of our entrants. Don't forget to keep your eyes peeled for Wednesday, because you might be in for a win. I don't know if you're in now, Linda.
Okay, see you in a minute.
See you in a bit. What are you up to now, Linda? Anything fun?
I'm just going to sit, watch and listen.
Sit, watch and listen.
Oh, like Watch with Mother.
That's what you should do on a Sunday, isn't it, really?
It
really is. Lovely to be with you all today, everyone. Hi, I'm Becky. JewelleryMaker is our channel, and we have had so many fantastical deals in our Pearl Weekend. And we're not stopping there. I've got silks, I've got medals, I've got more pearls, and I've even got amber to go with those charms you bought earlier on, because you bought that lovely cognac charm. Now how about creating your own piece to go with it with this cognac amber? Oh, it is absolutely delectable. Now, I was rambling on about amber before. I'd love to hear what entices you about this strand of amber, Linda?
It's just I think it's the history of it. It's the background to it. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Is you know, this has seen so much of this, that, and the other, and then the next thing is colour. Yeah. I love this. You know the charms that we had earlier that slipped onto the silver chain. I mean, they would look absolutely stunning, wouldn't they? Strung with those as well. And again, what I like about it is it's because it's organic. It's so lightweight, so you can truly go to town and do like a 10-strander. Yeah. And it really will look striking. The thing about amber is all the variant colours that come through it. There is an odour, isn't there?
Oh, I love the smell of amber.
I've got an amber candle at home, and it's exactly that fragrance.
What?
Exactly that same fragrance that you sniff from an amber is in the amber candle.
Yeah, absolutely. It is beautiful. If you've never smelt amber before, Linda, I wish you hadn't have said that, to be honest, because I was casually trying to have a little sniff off screen and you just referenced.
Yeah, no, but that's an instinctive thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I do love it. If you've never smelled amber before, okay, best way to do it is just get it in your hands, warming up, a little bit of friction, and then hold it for a couple of minutes, and then the smell is like comfort. That makes sense, like a comfortable feeling.
I mean, okay, yeah, it is a comfort thing, a bit like a security guard. But occasionally, if people are coming to my house and I haven't had much time and I haven't done a lot of cleaning or something, I'll spray furniture polish just in the air, and it's that type of a thing for me.
Right.
It's a
lovely. What you mean?
It's everything's right with the world. The house, and I have that feeling about the smell of amber.
Yeah, and it only happens on natural amber. Don't forget, you won't get that with fakes or faux at all. Cognac amber, one of the it's natural. Whoa. Okay. Sorry, natural amber is something which is we don't get to see often at all. We see a lot of heat treatment on amber. Cognac amber can have added pressure, can have added heat to give it a more aged look. Why? Because cognac amber is, when it's naturally, generally, the oldest variety of amber, because amber itself, the resin itself, is so non-corrosive, so strong, but it will ever so slightly age and colour over time. So general rule is, the darker your amber, the older the amber. So this, realistically, on my hand, if I dated this at around about 50 million years old, this right here, that one there, that one there, that one there, I genuinely don't believe I'd be far off. If this was natural lemon, then maybe not so much. But it's not. It's deep, it's rich, and it's intense. Your price point, that is truly astonishing. That really, really is. Okay. There's absolutely no need. Amber is one of the most expensive organics on the planet. £14.95. That is for an entire strand of gloriousness here. That is incredible. Okay, you're absolutely flying in. I didn't expect that. You didn't expect that. Natural amber we don't get to see. The amber that we've had on earlier in the charms, you know, they're heated. That's something that happens time and time again. For the kind of one of the oldest colours, because, and you can tell that instantly, the darker it is, the more natural effect it's had on it, the older it is. Just like when you get something that's plated, you know, like a gold plated ring, you can tell how old it is by how the plating looks. It's kind of the same, but a heck of a lot of a longer process on this type of colour. Genuinely, if I held this one, let me just find one, anyone. Let me just find one. That one, that's nicely, loads of different textures in there. There's actually something that almost looks like a fern leaf in there. You might not be able to see it, but I could quite easily look at that and estimate it about 50 million years, and I promise you I wouldn't be massively, massively far off. I really wouldn't. That one right there, trapped in history. Absolutely. That one right there with dinosaurs literally walking past it.
Amazing, isn't it? And the thing about amber, what I believe, actually a fact, and I'm sure you'll be able to verify it, is the fact it gets better. You know, with natural light sources, etc., it gets more glowing.
Yeah, it really does.
It's one of the, I think it's the only gemstone actually that just gets better with age, a bit like me. Forget that. It just gets dafter. It gets. I mean, Steve Bennett, ex-CEO of JewelleryMaker, has got an amber box that was actually made in the 50s.
Yeah.
And he's got a photograph of it when it was first made and first purchased, and the glow from it now, what really 60 years later, it's just glorious.
It does, it intensifies, it comes into its own. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I think that is an incredible deal. Look at the history you've got. Can you almost see one that looks like a leaf as well? And I can always see one that looks like a wing. And it could, this is what I love about amber. The wing shape I can see in this could genuinely be a wing of a creature which no longer exists, that is extinct. I mean, it's phenomenal. It really is.
It'd be fantastic to be able to sort of get the DNA from all of those creatures in there, wouldn't it, really? Which I'm sure is possible, actually.
Yeah. And don't forget, when you're working with something high-end like this, I think it would be nice to work with something else high-end. And this is just an idea. I don't know what you think about this. Oh, I've got to say, I've excelled. I've got to say, I've excelled. Because it's organic on organic, and how elegant does that look? Don't you think?
It's beautiful.
Together.
Absolutely beautiful, yeah. It really, really is.
Just to let you know, almost 50 in baskets on the amber. Well done to everyone. Over 100 of those ones gone now. As I've shown this one, can I do this one now? Brilliant, thank you. Silks coming up for you later. People are asking about those silks. That silk trio coming up for you very shortly. Not long at all, less than an hour. Way less than an hour, in fact. Just look at this. I absolutely adore it. The weight of this is phenomenal. The weight of this is obvious. You can feel the quality of this in every single movement. And guess what? That's not a glass pearl. That's not even a shell pearl. It's actually a real pearl from a mollusk, and it's natural. It's not a bleached pearl or a dyed pearl. It's real deal. This is 1.5 grams of genuine precious sterling silver. that comes in, there's 30 people already having this, 30 people already saying, yeah, I want that, and more of you are getting doubles, more are getting doubles than singles. It's got this, would you describe it as, how have we described it? I describe it as almost a calla lily shape, is that what you'd say?
Calla lily, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And it's an incredibly difficult, I've tried many times with polymer clay and things like that to form a really succinct, if that's the word, calla lily shape, you know, a stylised calla, and it's quite a difficult thing to get that beautiful
balance,
flow and that gorgeous point to it.
You're totally right.
You know, you can sort of more or less get it as stylised, but that's really perfect.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I absolutely adore this as a pendant. It's most certainly substantial enough. But as earrings, I think you are at a whole other level. I really, really do. If I can tilt this correctly, look at that. Sorry, I'm shadowing that. But look at the size on that. I mean, that is an idyllic size. Earrings, I mean, that is a serious statement look you're going to get with those, isn't it? It really, truly is. Let me show you all the way around this as well. I'll show you the back of it too. States 925 on the back, so everyone you gift this to will know you're giving them top quality. And there is a big amount of metal on there. You can see that surface area. Oh wow, I've just realised how many have gone. Okay, I've got to get that pricing because it's going to sell out soon. Wow! Did not see that coming at all whatsoever. Don't forget that, I know a lot of you would imagine that this isn't the case, but I do prep for shows, and I don't actually, my go-to for prep is more about my research, more about the, you know, kind of maybe sometimes the ordering, maybe more about how much time we're going to spend on things. It's not generally for me the price, and I am dyspraxic and dyslexic anyway, so even if I do take the price in, it falls out of my head instantly. I did not realise we were going to that price. That is not the price I would expect. That is 150 of you have got this now. 150 of you want this and need this. We've only got 199 starting quantity, okay? This is a genuine natural pearl. Have it dropping off my deal of the day. I mean, you could easily do that because of the natural pearls you've got in there. Let me hold that as best I can. But, you know, have it dangling from here with a natural pearl strand. I mean, it's going to make the pearl strand go even further, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And then you've still got that beautiful quality of that natural pearl kind of tying it in together. I think deal of the day is still some available if you do wish to get your hands on them, but only a handful I've been told. This is an exquisite look, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. And with the, was it the second kit that had the two rhodium-plated chains in it? Wasn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
So anybody who bought that with a add to your basket $9.95, you've got your chain in that kit that you can, perfect.
Completely. And that is a very unique and individual gift. I adore that. I'm going to bring to you now, shall I bring the pearl one with the pearl in? I'll bring the one with the pearl in for you. Hang on. Now this is another design and another feature. And the thing I love about this one here is that it goes perfectly with the previous design, which means that actually charm style bracelet or necklace with those two together.
I mean, both of them. I think the calla lily one is really beautiful, perhaps for a bride, because a lot of brides have lilies, don't they?
Yes, you're right.
Case. And that's just perfect for a bridesmaid.
Bridesmaid, yeah. You're right. Completely. Do you know what I love about when we do designs like this? I love that whoever you gift this to cannot, unless they know you got it from JewelleryMaker, which I doubt they would, because you wouldn't say that, they would not be able to walk into their local high street, flick through to that page in the catalogue, pick it out and go, oh, that's how much they've spent.
No.
They wouldn't be able to walk down the high street and walk past a window and go, oh, hey up, I've got that necklace. Because they won't have.
No, and to be honest, I mean, if they did go to that shop and said, they're not going to see it at that price anyway, are they? So
it's
a double whammy winner, really, isn't it?
Really
You're
is.
giving something of a much higher value than you can ever you know, get from anywhere else.
Yeah, I agree with you. And when you have things like natural pearl in here again, by the way, when you have something like this that is that individual, that is that unique, that is going to be hard to come by. Now, this is going to sound strange, but I'll explain myself. It's going to keep its shine. And what I mean by that is, you know when you buy a piece of jewellery that when you put it on, it makes you feel like, oh, shining, glowing, and then you could go to a party and someone could be wearing that same piece, it all of a sudden becomes duller to you.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's less likely to happen with things like these because you and your 7 best friends might buy this from us, but one of you will be putting it with that amber, one of you will be putting it with the deal of the day, another will be putting it with tanzanite, one will be rosary linking it. It's always going to keep that shine for you. And it's natural pearl, and it's sterling silver, and it's at this price. £9.95.
I mean, as well, it's one of those pieces that you pop on perhaps onto a silver chain and wear around your neck, and it's one of those pieces, strangely, that you forget to take off.
Agree.
Because no matter, you know, you go to bed in it, you just completely forget to take it off.
Agreed.
Because it works with anything.
Yeah,
and you
agreed.
look again, you know, it just literally is. Oh, that works. That's fine then.
I think it's just phenomenal. I really do. This really is just a stunning, sensational look. I really do adore it. $9.95, what a great deal. Again, loads of you coming through for this. If you do want it with that calla lily, I'm not sure how many we've got of those ones left, but what a perfect pairing. And actually, because of the loops in this and in this flower design, you could even have the flower into the calla lily, couldn't you?
Yeah, you'd have the calla lily via a jump ring dangling from it.
Yeah. So I've got my charms, I've got my pendants, I've got my charms or my pendants or whatever. Now, how's about I'll get a connector so that I can add all those pearls in, maybe in a double strand or maybe in an asymmetric design. Well done to everyone who got that flower, by the way. That's beautiful. I knew that you would like this.
That is so, I love filigree.
Yes.
Anyway. It's very, very vintage.
Very vintage.
But it's exactly what pearls, you know, when I think about pearls, I do actually think vintage, unless I see ripple pearls, which I think like now and future. But pearls like the deal of the day pearls, they are vintage, they're forever. And that type of connector is exactly the type of look that I think works so well. Yeah. Particularly with that deal of the day because of the beauty of it. It's perfect, isn't it?
It really is.
Look.
It really is. And it really highlights that pearl. What is the very famous, I want to say Venus, you know, the woman with the huge shell in the background.
It's the birth of Venus.
It's the birth of Venus, isn't it? That's what this shape reminds me of.
Absolutely.
It takes you to that time. It takes you to that ancient era of just pure decadence and beauty. Yeah. It's got such a luxurious feel. The fact it again has such a massive amount of sterling silver in it, way over a gram, and the natural pearl adds to that, aids that. And again, yet still, we've been able to do a great deal. £9.95. These are not the types of deals you come across daily. There's so much you can do with these. Use it as a connector with you know, chain to chain. Use it even as a pendant if you wanted to wear it sideways. You could do it that way, or wearing it down with maybe a few drops. Even tiny little delicate pearls from the end of there. What about something like that? That'd work as a design, don't you think? You could do so much with these, you truly could. There's loads of you purchasing these, people buying 3s and 6s and 2s, and loads of you coming in. £9.95 for you. Now, if you love your high end, well done, because you've got some there, and now you have another opportunity. The Wall of Fame reminded of it earlier, and we are going to be bringing it to you now. It's that very high end tanzanite star by. True intensity. Not your everyday. Mammoth pieces of one of the most sought after gems out there. That is an exceptional quality. And for me, based purely on the element of that pleocrism and that beautiful element of the richness of hue, I would, in my opinion, doing my GIA, doing gemology, following gemstones for a while now, I would be grading this easily at your AAA for colour. AA plus if I'm really hedging my bets. But AAA is my go-to reaction. Linda, I'd like yours as well, please.
Well, definitely, and I think it's probably easier to come to that conclusion when you've got what we call a plain gemstone as opposed to a faceted gemstone, because you can see exactly the effect that the light's having and the clarity of it. I mean, there's many gemstones. I mean, it's Pearl Weekend, so there's many gemstones that work with pearls, but my go-to, particularly on wedding jewellery, is a tanzanite with pearls, because it's that little bit of something blue, etc., etc. But there's something about tanzanite. It's something about the aura outside of a tanzanite, that sort of slight aura, like the moon has an aura. It's a bit like that, which is similar to a pearl, and I just think they just work.
They do, don't they?
So well together.
They really do. And do you know what? I can actually prove that point because it goes with every single colour.
Exactly.
You're totally right. That's the deal of the day. Now, this is a extremely rare gem, and we've had big difficulties with. Whoa! Wow. Okay. $59.95. Okay, this is very difficult to get our hands on right now. We had an issue a few weeks ago whereby mines were closing down. The government closed the mines for tanzanite in certain areas completely and absolutely outrightly because they needed essentially to go around and double check that everyone had the correct licensing, the correct paperwork, because they renewed essentially the Mineral Act of 2010. No way! 50% off. That is absolutely. Please say something.
I haven't got any words left. Sorry, I can't help you out.
We're meant to help each other here, Linda, and we're both just like.
No, I honestly can't now. I've lost all my my ability to react has gone. Totally. But bring it over here and I might get one.
Just take a look at it for you.
Well, the first effect is it's huge.
Yeah, it's mammoth. Huge pieces on it.
Absolutely huge. Again, the graduation is stunning, just like you explained on the pearls. The graduation is amazing. They're all been cherry picked. That one in the centre is a complete centre. It's Liz Taylor's eyes wrapped up in a gemstone. Look at all the pinks out of there. It's stunning. Just stunning.
The intensity and richness is immaculate, isn't it?
Just perfect. Look at the pink in that one.
I know. The pleochrysm, you really have got pinks and purples and everything else in there. You really do.
Superb.
You really, really do. I am absolutely blown away by this. I truly, truly am. That price is 50% off discount on one of the top 10 rarest gems that there are out there on the planet. And it's not getting any easier to get it. We have seen a rise in the prices over the last month, in fact, partly due to the closure of mines and many, many other things. We are going to have to raise our margin on tanzanite soon. That is a guarantee. We are going to have to as a company. We managed to kind of put it off for the last 2 years, but we are going to have to do it very, very soon. Margin is the difference between what we buy it for and sell it for, so get it at a discounted price whilst you can, because I will not be able to guarantee those in the future. Don't worry, we'll let you know when we raise the margin. Trust me, you'll notice it because you'll see the prices. But it has to happen because everyone else in the world seems to have done it, and we are going to have to at some point soon. So never get used to drops in tanzanite. Just a final opportunity on this. Over allocated now, though, I am being told. $29.95, great deal. Linda, you're staying with us for a bit, aren't you? A bit of the Freeview Fiesta.
I think so. I think
you
so.
Are. You are. You're staying with us.
I am. Okay,
Yeah,
I am then.
You are. Thank you so much for your designs, and thank you so much for your inspiration. When are you next on with us?
Wednesday late show.
Wednesday late. Okay, perfect. Not long to wait at all. And you'll be back with something super silky, won't you?
Oh, certainly will.
After the break, perfect accompaniment to your pearls. You've been asking for this all weekend. It is silks on the spools. They'll be up for you in literally about 3.5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back with Linda and Angela in just a few moments.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck. Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about Jewellery Maker. Watch one of our easy-to-follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today. If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from Jewellery Maker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the Jewellery Maker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on Jewellery Maker. Simply search Jewellery Maker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at Jewellery Maker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on Jewellery Maker.
There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and Freesat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Is that what people do at fiestas? Is that what people do?
When they're shocked. Yeah.
When they're shocked. Okay, well then that's perfect. Hello everybody, Preview Fiesta is here and this is an hour of wonderful opportunities and deals at Jewellery Maker, Jewellery Maker. My name is Rebecca Redican, you can call me Becky, and guess what? One guest designer. Why have one when you can have 2? It's like biscuits. I am joined today for this next section for some input from both a very, very highly creative guest designer who's worked with us today on the likes of Shibori Ribbon and Pearls, and also our go-to business expert. It is the lovely Linda and Angela. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
How are you both?
I'm good. Very good.
Good. Now, Linda, you're staying with us for a moment or two because I need your mind. Because I know that this is one of your favourite.
Don't look at it too deeply. It can be quite dark.
I know I have got one of your favourite products coming up. Angela, lovely to see you.
Yes.
How are you today?
I'm good. You got 2 for 1 in this section.
Absolutely.
Yes. Absolutely.
Don't mind if I do. Angela, tell us a little bit about, first things first, what you have thought about these, because Business Guru, you came straight over to these.
I did. I came over and I was just really blown away by them. I love the colours, I love the tones, but what's really special about that for me is the fact that it's graduated.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're looking for natural coloured pearls that are graduated, you're going to have a job on the high street.
Yeah, you really are.
Absolute superb.
Yeah, deal of the day that was. Still a few available if you want it. Okay, but now, bam, bam, bam. I mean, you know, people messaging all the time. It's lovely to hear from you. You know, you might messaging going, oh, what's that one over there? 1 or 2 messages about that. Oh, what's that? When's that product coming up? 1 or 2 messages about that. I mean, message after message after message after message from 8 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, all of yesterday. Every producer's talking about it. We've had so many people messaging in asking for my next product. It's coming right here, right now. You have to pick up the phone for it. These, ladies and gentlemen, are your surprising silks. 3 spools of your knotting thread. Now is your chance. These will run out. I have got about 300, but we have had way over 300 messages. The price is rolling down straight away so that people on the web know exactly where they're going. My web lines have absolutely lit up. 50 allocated, I'm being told, at this moment in time. I can only see a small section of the people who have it in my web just because of the way this tablet works, but there are around 60 now in baskets. Loads of people allocating them. They're absolutely flying out the door. It's been an extremely busy day, and it's continuing to be so in this hour. This is our silks, and I'm going to start with you, please, Linda, if I may. Tell us why you love this product so much and why everyone at home does too.
Okay, well, it's the go-to thing for your pearls. If you want the classic look of a pearl, then you're going to go for knotting pearls. And this is obviously the go-to. It's very, very easily threaded. I personally don't think this needs conditioning in any way, shape or form. It's beautifully silky, as it should be because it's silk. The colours are perfect as well. Okay, the deal of the day, you can see the various colours that we've got in the natural pearls there. So as far as I'm concerned, those 3 spools will cover any natural pearl, right? No matter whether it's deeper, whether it's paler, or whether it's completely white. And you can see, looking at the spool as well, you've got that same, because pearls are very silky to look at, and you've got exactly that coming from the silks as well.
Absolutely.
I've just been talking to Angela about it, and she brought up the as well, that it's great if you want to embroider with pearls, like many brides have their gowns, their veils,
bodices.
This is what you need to use. It's strong, but it's very silky, and it goes through the pearls very easily. Essentially, it is very, very strong. And also through the shibori, as Angela said, being silk with silk, it's the go-to every time.
Isn't it? It is.
So it's perfect for many aspects.
Lots of different jewellery making aspects.
Exactly.
And we mentioned that you don't have to condition this, and you don't. You can if you want to. It's not a difficult thing to do. You can just do it essentially with a beeswax, which means that you can make it pretty much any thickness you want, depending on your style. If you're going to be sewing with it, you might want to keep it very fine. If you're going to be knotting with it, you might want to layer it up so that you can get, you know, your 0.6 thickness, for example. Now, from a business point of view, Angela, silks sell in lots of different forms, don't they?
Well, yes, you've got silk threads, you've got silk cloths, you know, it translates into clothing and bags and things like that. But the other thing with those colours are like, you know, as Linda said, put it with the deal of the day, but also if you want to give your coloured pearls or your natural white pearls a more softer contemporary feel, you're going to get that with the colour tones coming through that.
Definitely.
Use it for your seed beads when you're doing your design. You know, we've got a lot of customers who are dressmakers and sew bags and soft toys and things like that. perfect for that. That will run perfectly through your bobbin and your sewing machine, all your hand finished stitching. If you're doing top stitch around, you know, clothes, bags, soft toys. There is so many uses. This is the sort of product everybody needs in their toolkit, whether it be for jewellery making or for general crafting.
Definitely agree with you there. I really do. And with that high quality, with that sheen, can I just let you know, I started off with 300 exactly. I've got 200 gone. That means I have 100 opportunities left for you now, and that is it. Let me tell you about exactly what we're getting here. It's genuine real deal silk. You've got the pink, you've got the light turquoise, and you've got the grey, which means, you know, variety of looks with these ones, from vintage to quite modern to everyday to very classical. And you've got on each spool 180 meters worth of this very, very, very precious material. You've got a really simple way in which this is essentially held on. You have the little mechanism at the top here, almost like a built-in bobbin in a sense, well, bobbin and lock, let's say, system. And as you put it out, can you hear it clicking? So that means that you know it's not going to unspool easily, it's not going to all of a sudden unravel and be unmanageable, and it's really simple to pop back on once you finish so that it is all nicely kept in place. So you're not going to be fighting with this at all. Super duper fine, but very, very sturdy, and it is something that you can build your own thickness with. So you can keep it as it is and as fine as it is, but depending on your project, if you want to, all you have to do is get the likes of either beeswax or like a candle or you know, specific types, and literally just kind of hold the cord itself, layer it up, say you want 2 thicknesses, and literally just run it across the 2 times, and then all of a sudden you've got that double thickness and you can work with it like that. It is an exceptional, exceptional product that if you want to be modern or super traditional with your pearls or gemstones or whatever it might be, this is the go-to. And this is your price for 540 meters worth. That's less than 4 pence per metre of genuine silk.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is, if you're using a quality product, such as quality silk, and we can hear the quality when you spooled it and wound it and wound it back, that says quality to me.
Yes.
And if you're using a quality product, you're going to get a quality finish.
Yes, you are.
And that is going to be recognised by your customers.
100%.
And also, it's an organic threading material. It's not man-made.
No.
Using it with organics, it's just perfect, isn't it?
Ties it in beautifully, doesn't it?
Definitely, that's a pun on those words. It ties it in beautifully.
Really does. Perfect. Okay, everybody, I've got about, if everyone were to check out now, I've been told I would have around 40, that's 40 left of 300. So I am going to leave that with you now, and I've got about 50 in baskets. Linda, thank you so much for your help.
Pleasure.
You're a love. See you later, Linda.
Bye.
Linda's off. She's off. She's running. Angela, I think what a great deal that really is, isn't it?
Of course. I mean, if you go and buy one spool, I mean, I don't know how much one spool is going to be, but I can imagine you're going to be paying several pounds for it because it's silk.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, if it's cotton, you know, you can expect to pay, I mean, £3-4 for a spool of cotton.
Yeah, for just cotton.
So for silk,
so much higher.
You know, and if you're into things like lace making as well, this is perfect to do silk lacing.
Perfect.
So many different uses for it.
There really is. Elements to embellish with your Swarovski as well. I think this will work, and as we saw kind of earlier on, actually. Okay, last chance to check out those baskets. I've got around 50 in baskets now, and you are getting extremely low in stock on that now, and I don't want you to miss out because I don't know if we've got any more. Have we got any more coming up? Not to Rob's knowledge, so do get it whilst you can. £19.95, well done to you all. That was a preview fiesta, wasn't it? Oh my gosh, did you see that? It was like a mixture between me being a cat, a ninja and a juggler, wasn't it? I couldn't redo that if I tried. Wow. I feel like maybe I've gone a little bit over the top on that. It wasn't that great, was it? Okay, I understand. Okay, where are we going to? Opal, blue opal. It's been sat here. We've had a few questions about it. We've been asking about it all afternoon. Angela, please come over here for a second. Please, Angela.
Hello.
You got flip-flops on, Angela?
I have.
Oh,
I've got my sandals today.
Oh, they sound lovely. Hello.
Hello. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I've never seen that I didn't know opals could do that. Seriously, that is amazing.
Isn't it? Try it from that angle as well.
Wow.
What are you seeing, Angela?
I'm seeing pinks.
Yeah.
I'm seeing just pinks. And they're not even flashes, they're just static pinks in that opal. That is amazing.
You love that?
I didn't know that opals did that. I didn't.
No.
Not blue opals.
No.
Ethiopian opals, you get all the colours coming through, but not blue opals.
Are you in love?
I am.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
A lot.
Just a lot. I love that. Angela very quickly changing her mind. That is a very high quality blue opal, and what Angela's just seen there is the makeup of this gemstone affecting the way in which the light transports through it. So, with the likes of your Ethiopian opal, what you get is these tiny spheres. I mean, they're so small. They're so small that you can get around about 40,000, hold that number in your mind, 40,000 of these tiny spheres on a grain of sugar. Okay, so they're small, they're tiny. And what happens in your Ethiopian opal is they stack up in a manner that is very much like in a bingo machine. So, you know, or like your, you know, lottery machines. So they kind of nook into each other, almost like you'd imagine in a beehive. Whereas on this one, because it's an opaque version from this location, they sit much more on top of each other. So when the light cascades around on an Ethiopian opal, it cascades around and then bounces down to the next one, and that's why you get those layers. On these ones, it kind of jumps over and over and over, almost like a wave, and that means you get that bang of colour. As opposed to a sparkle and a sprinkle, you get this power of colour. Natural, we haven't dyed the inside and dyed the outside different, totally and absolutely natural. Big, bold pieces and a very captivating look. Not everybody knows this exists, and that means that if you're making with this, you're going to stand out with this. And at this price point, that is a standout price for the size of these and the quality. Not all blue opal will give you as much pink as this one does. It just so happens that the quality is great, the location is great, and the fact of the shaping of these. Because of the shape of these, because the light, when it enters, has got one direction which the light will move through quicker than another because of the natural shape, if that makes sense. So if you see you've got your teardrop like this, obviously the light when it comes in, say from this side, it's got a very small area, whereas when the light comes through this side, it's got further to travel. So naturally the light's moving quicker in some directions than others. When you've got this shape, it elongates that movement, it brings that movement to the forefront even more. This is going to make you stand out. This is going to grab attention now.
Yes. I mean, what I would say is when you get this home, hold it up to the light. And you're really going to see that. But also when you're selling this, whatever designs you've done, put a light on it. And direct light, because it's so beautiful. Looking at it, you can't see the pinks just as it is flat. But the minute the light goes on it, you can see it. It's a phenomena. So, you know, if you're going to make this up as pieces to sell, just put a light on it so your customers can see that phenomena, the pink in it. That is outstanding.
Definitely agree with that. And you can bring out those pinks even more with certain gemstones, maybe even with, you know, the likes of pearls, because we've got so many pink pearls in here, to almost help bring those details out. Could be quite a nice idea. If you get this home and don't see the glow, 30-day money back guarantee still applies. No questions, no quibbles. $12.95. Well done to you all. And a special high-end strand there. Really great deal. I'm going to bring you some ruby now, and these, wow, Oh, that is a really spectacular strand. Natural ruby. How does it do in business? What does it mean to people out there buying jewellery, do you think?
Well, everybody knows ruby. Everybody loves ruby. Everybody knows the colour of ruby. What a lot of people don't know is that you can get natural ruby. So if you say, yes, I've got ruby, but actually I can go one better. I've got natural ruby. That really is going to stand you out from the jewellers who do great quality, but sometimes, you know, they might not be natural. So promote the fact that it's natural. Use your authenticity card to show customers the naturalness of this. That is spectacular.
It is captivating, isn't it? I mean, when you're selling things like ruby that are so beautifully highly faceted, and they've got that kind of, well, you know, checkerboard facet across them in that graduated oval piece, we're in a different ballpark than maybe if we were selling the likes of a quartz, aren't we?
Oh, of course, of course. You know, it's going to raise your profile as a jeweller. You're now not just a jewellery maker, you are a jeweller.
Yeah.
And you promote that you're using natural rubies, but also make sure that your prices reflect that it's natural rubies.
Absolutely.
You know, and be proud that you can work with these beautiful gemstones.
Yeah.
That so many other jewellery makers are not able to, and many jewellers can't necessarily get hold of.
Completely agree with you, completely. And I would say in particular when they're this size. Can you do a little bit of maths for me, Rob? Do you mind? Can you find out my average carat weight on each of these? I've got 23 on this strand and there's 60 carats worth. That's an incredible amount of ruby in each one of these, okay? Average carat weight on the market in engagement rings and wedding rings, etc. for a ruby is 2 carats. These each work out approximately 2.6 carats. That is way above. That is huge. How much would you be expecting to pay for your average engagement ring or wedding ring with a 2-carat ruby in? It's not going to be the price you're about to see on screen. 3 months' wages, exactly. 3 months' wages is kind of the go-to, isn't it, for your engagement ring? What? No. Why are we? What? I'm not complaining, but I am. Okay, this is incredible. These are larger than your average. This is larger than the vast majority of things you'll be able to find on the market, and it's slightly over £1 each. This is not 3 months worth of wages in every single stone. It's bigger than the 3 months worth of wages in every single stone, actually. And it's actually just over £1 per stone.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Do you know, if you use sterling silver and you created rings from that, and you're charging even at a minimum £20 for a natural ruby ring.
Wow. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just a no-brainer.
Yeah.
You know, put it with your pearls and create classic drop earrings. I did that for a couple of my brides last year and just put ruby rondelles with pearls, and they were just over the moon.
Yeah.
And the fact that there were natural rubies and genuine pearls on sterling silver, they were happy to pay a pretty penny for them.
Definitely.
Because, you know, it's, you know, if you go into a high street jeweller and you say, you know, you want to buy pearl and ruby earrings, you know you're paying a lot of money for it. So to be able to offer that to our customers, and, you know, if you're selling on, you're offering that to your customers.
Definitely.
You know, as Jan would say, it's gravy.
It's gravy. You're absolutely right. And the thing is, it's important to have a selection for your customers, have the ones that they know and love, and then maybe the ones that they don't. Last chance sallooning on that pearl now. I'm going to put it next to, sorry, on the ruby now. I'm going to put it next to the pearl because it's idyllic. How about giving your audience, giving your customers something that maybe they don't know, but trust me, they cannot ignore. The quality of this is unignorable. Bear in mind for me that labradorescence can be lost in the studio setting because of the lights, because of all the layers of screens you're seeing me through, and other bits and bobs can have a detrimental effect. And yet still, this is unignorably epic in quality. So much so, in fact, that I would not be afraid to go through every single one of these, give it a little bit of a shimmy, and know full well that you'd be able to see all of that glorious labradorescence easily without an issue. In fact, I don't even mind just planting my hand on me and still, and you can see that labradorescence from now. Hold it complete still. And still, you can see labradorescence on all of them in an element or two, can't you? Move it again. Same thing. This is an epic quality. I'm surprised we haven't had this graded, actually. Maybe we haven't. I'm kind of glad in a way we haven't, because obviously that will up the price point. But I mean, maybe it doesn't need a grading because it's just so obvious. Sissy from Oklahoma says, I have this strand and they are magnificent. They really are, aren't they? And the interesting thing for me is this from Madagascar, I wonder to myself. Is it? Because I just saw a colour, and as soon as I see that colour, instantly what comes to mind is Madagascar. And the colour I just saw then was that pink into purple. And the pink into purple that I got just then made me instantly think Spectralite. Now, if this were Spectralite and had the name of Spectralite, you would be paying an extra, what, 30, 40 pounds on the price I'm about to show you. You've got the look of it, you've even got the location of it, but you've definitely not got the price tag that comes attached to it. This is such wondrous quality that even you can see that glow from there. You can see that glow from there. 40 left now because loads of you had already checked out. Okay, look at the purples. Oh, I'm in love with that one right there. Wait, that's not my price. What do you mean? That weird little was my director Ollie, because he's just heard what I've just heard. £14.95 for you today. That is an incredible opportunity for you. That is an astonishingly low price point, which is why Director Ollie did his slight sort of Popeye impression. That's incredible. Yeah, that purple one.
Twice the price of the strand.
Purple one and a chain, twice the price. Surely. Just this one. Hang on, sorry, I've got that in the way. Just that one there. Just that one there. I'd be happy to pay that for.
Yeah.
Are you just agreeing with me completely on this?
Every single word.
Yeah.
Every single word. I think Sissy is right. That strand is magnificent.
Really is, isn't it?
And every single stone on that is magnificent.
Phenomenal. You're right. Over allocated on that now. I do apologise. Sorry about that. 6 of those ones left now. Okay, how about I bring to you a little bit of chalcedony in these really unique shapes and drops. Chalcedony, not something we get to see that often, but I am loving that we have managed to give such an on-trend look and appeal. Angela, what do these say to you?
That says catwalk.
Yeah.
Statement, catwalk, sophisticated woman. And I can see that would look stunning with pearls in between as spacers. Hate to say use pearls as spacers, but do you know what I mean? That would look stunning. But even just on its own, it's stunning. They'd make fabulous earrings.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful, even just one as a drop pendant, but also use them in your home. I did a lamp, recovered a lampshade with some fabric and then put some long, very similar to that in terms of the shape and the drop, and just decorated the edges with those drops, and it looks fabulous.
I really like that idea with that light bouncing through, in particular as it's chalcedony, and chalcedony has that inherent glow about it. I think that's a lovely idea.
It would look so lovely. And if you've got, you know, whatever colour you've got in the bedroom, that would look so soothing and calming.
Definitely.
So yeah, you know, use it around your home, because I think the drops lend itself to that.
Definitely.
But again, fabulous just as drop pendants and earrings.
And I would say perfect for this year in particular, because we've all heard of Pantone. They kind of classify themselves as the authority on colour, I suppose, and they come up with colour palettes for the year, and these colour palettes are looked at by pretty much everyone, from fashion houses to, you know, paint makers to sofa designers and all that's in between. And one of their colours this year is Serenity. This, to me, is Serenity.
Yes. Well, it does. It says that, doesn't it? That whole soothing, cooling, calming, refreshing colour is great.
Definitely. It really is. Get this year's colour for 2 years ago prices, in my mind. £19.95, because this is chalcedony. It's a sought after gem. We don't get to bring it to you that often. And at £19.95, it's going to give you a dramatic effect, just in small amounts.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you know, my first introduction to genuine gemstones was, I was at a fair and I met a lady and she had made genuine gemstone jewellery, and the piece that caught my eye was actually chalcedony. And I talked to her about it, and that was my first introduction to working with genuine gemstones, was because of this gem.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's very special to me.
Oh, I like that. Quite a connective gemstone for
absolutely. Gorgeous. Love it.
Really beautiful look, a very beautiful effect on these ones, and you know, realistically at that price point for such a dramatic and dynamic look.
Yeah, and as I say, you know, because it's so soothing and so cool, putting it with like any of your coloured pearls is going to look so contemporary, you know, and I can just imagine one pearl on a pendant and one of those drops just hanging down.
Definitely.
That would look so
Definitely.
nice.
And I mean, how much would, say, one drop be, even just on a cord? Even just on a cord?
I would say at least £20.
Okay, so if I sold one of these on a piece of cord, just a piece of cord, even just with a macrame knot at the back, profit-wise, selling it at £20, I'm looking at about £19.40 profit. Because they're working out about 63p each.
Really?
Incredible deal. Incredible.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, so yeah, over £600 worth there, isn't there? Now, we are talking, we've had a request in today for some Sleeping Beauty, so we're going to play some for you now. Genuine Sleeping Beauty turquoise, and all we have left at the moment is, this beautiful strand. This is it. This is all we have left in our vault. That's all we have now. So if you are running low on Sleeping Beauty, or you need Sleeping Beauty in your collection, we've put an order in. Don't know if we'll get it. How long that will take. But this is our last one. Sleeping Beauty turquoise is a renowned piece, isn't it?
Yes.
And do you think people look for that kind of status?
They do. You know, more and more people are becoming more educated about gemstones, and people do research on their gemstones. So let people know that. You know, I've got a little saying that say, you know, facts tell, stories sell.
Yeah,
and there is a great story with Sleeping Beauty turquoise in relation to the mines. So, you know, tell your customers this story.
Definitely.
Let them understand the background and the history, and, you know, the fact that it's such a special gemstone. And they will then feel connected with whatever piece you then design and sell.
Definitely agree with that. It is just a stunning look, and if you've not seen the mine before, I've got a picture of it. This is referred to as the Sleeping Beauty, and And the reason is, it's actually, well, it comes from a classic book, actually. It comes from a book that's called The Beauty Sleeping in the Wood. Nowadays, because of a well-known brand, we kind of call it Sleeping Beauty, but it is originally from that tale and from that book of The Beauty Sleeping in the Wood. And as you can see here, the actual mountainous area that we have here does very much look like Sleeping Beauty waiting to, you know, find true love's kiss. And what you get from that mining location is this kind of matrix-free, almost, turquoise, and it gives such a brightness, such a zest, without too much interruption from the likes of the browns and the blacks that you can get from other locations. For that reason, for its uniqueness, for the fact that it's that one place in the planet that gives you this kind of look, you get very considered prices. And quite rightly so. If Mother Nature was whapping this up like pancakes all over the world, then it wouldn't be considered, but she's not. It's that place, that location that gives this look. Considered purchases are expected. $14.95 is not. And I do need to be very, very clear about this. Mines in that Sleeping Beauty region closed down time and time again. It's already not a large region, but they close it down, and then after a while they may open it back up again, but that's what happens, and it happens day after day after day pretty much. $14.95 is an incredible opportunity.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, people always ask me about pricing and how to price, and lots of people price their work based on the price they buy the product for. So I always say, don't do that, because a price isn't a reflection of the value of a product. So we can buy it today at $14.95 because of JewelleryMaker's buying power, but that doesn't reflect the value of it. The value of it is much higher.
And strangely, we've just had a text message in. I can't show you because it mentions a brand, but it's talking about our Tahitian pearls. Now, you know our Tahitian pearls that we brought to you in the sets of 3, they were about 120 at start pricing, weren't they? And they've gone down, haven't they, since then? But she's had them valued today, it sounds like, and this is the difference between your price and your value. Bought them off us max price about 120. Literally just had this text. She's had them valued today between £450 and £500, and that's Sue in Carmarthenshire.
Wow. Yeah.
But that is, thank you, Sue, for that, and congratulations for that. But that is exactly it, isn't it?
That's exactly my point. You know, if you're going to create a whole strand of jewellery based on this Sleeping Beauty turquoise and price it based on $14.95, you are going to be undervaluing, underpricing, and people who know and love Sleeping Beauty will probably not believe that it's genuine. You know, so don't confuse value with the price that you pay.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? And look how nicely it goes with my grade A tanzanite.
Oh, yeah.
Tanzanite and turquoise, I think, side by side. You've got birthstones there, haven't you?
Absolutely. Well, they're the same birth month, December, aren't they?
That's right, yeah.
So, you know, that's perfect. And then if you throw some pearls in that, wow, what a gorgeous combo you've got.
Wow.
Absolute high-end, stunning, desirable.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Phenomenal,
designs
isn't it?
You would get.
Yeah, it really is. Well done to everyone who got that turquoise. Minimal amounts on that one. I do apologise, left now. Tanzanite, a famous gem, and it's getting more well known, I've noticed. Have you?
Definitely, absolutely, definitely. You know, I've got a couple of my nieces, and they're not into gemstones like myself, and even they know that Tanzanite is rarer than diamonds and is the must-have gemstone, you know, because they know that the mines are running dry.
Absolutely.
And they're not, you know, they're young teenagers into fashion and all sorts.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, people are getting to know it and value it. So yeah, that is stunning. Beautiful colour.
Yeah. I'm really looking at that A grade and thinking AA plus myself on colour, but that's just me. I just think it's the richness and the detail about it. I would say maybe the reason we've gone for the A grade on this, or we've had the A grade on this, is because you're getting less of those purple, sorry, kind of pinky pleochrismic tones through. But if it was purely based on the blue, wow, AA plus grade. Okay, Tanzanite is going up in price soon. Here at JewelleryMaker, it's going to have to. That is, I know, that is, wow. Okay, listen. How can I put this? We were part of a documentary a while ago. A part of our sister channels at that time, we were the only group that did not raise the margin of Tanzanite. Margin is the difference between the price we buy it for and the price we sell it for. Now, there has to be a difference there, because otherwise we'd only be breaking even. We won't be able to pay our staff, pay for electricity. We wouldn't be here as a channel. So it's the margin on difference. We were the only one at the time of that documentary out of all of our sister channels that did not raise that margin. They were completely open and honest about it, you know, having to do this in the documentary, brought it up time and time and time again. We were the only ones who didn't. We won't be able to say that for too much longer with the discussions we've been having. That is incredible. Snap that up whilst you can. Absolute deal. What did you say, my love? Ethiopian opal rounds. Oh, wow, they're incredible. I can't get over that Tanzanite. And you know what? With the amount of colour in this, boy oh boy, AAA grade, surely. Sure, it is. It is graded at AAA. Your eyes are glowing.
Come over and see it.
Go on then.
Just a
Come on, you.
Oh.
Do you know what? I'll show it you out of the light as well.
Word.
That is phenomenal, isn't it?
Wow.
I'm going to show you it out of the light as well, because the lights near are detrimental. Let me just show it to you down here. It's so much better out of the light, which is great, because it means that when you get this home, you're going to be blown away by it.
Speechless.
That doesn't happen. I've worked with Angela for a while now.
Seriously.
That's incredible.
Seriously.
I've got under 19, did you say, available-ish of these ones now. This is a phenomenal deal. Not only have you got flash, but you've got pinfire in here. You've got reds, blues, greens, purples, and that is in absolute and complete bright light. Fully bright. Completely bright light. This is gonna look so much better when you wear it outside. It's gonna glow even more when you wear it in the house, or you go out on a date, or you go out with your friends for cocktails. This is AAA grade Ethiopian opal. That is exceptional. As soon as you're at a AA grade, you are expected to pay for individual pieces, and I know full well, because opal's my absolute favourite, and I'm constantly looking for the likes of opal jewellery. I'm a rings kind of girl, so I own a lot of opal rings. But the thing is, as soon as you've got AAA grade next to something, for one individual piece, you're at £100 and upwards. And I can say that without being worried in the slightest, because
no. Oh my word.
I would have been fine with, say, £5 off. You know, I'm nice, I'm like that. But that is absolutely boggling. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and that's fine by me, because I don't either. In particular when I've got opal that's this beautiful in front of me. Angela, please use words now. I can't anymore. The quality.
Well, all I'm going to say is that if there's any left, I'm having one.
You've got to. You're going to have to, because that quality is unignorable.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a lot of opal, Ethiopian opal particularly, but I've personally never seen a strand like that before.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm having that.
I think that is an astonishing deal. Over allocated. I'm leaving that with you. You need to check it out. Northumberland, Merseyside, Gloucestershire, Cambridgeshire. That's not a place. Cambridgeshire, Merseyside, West Yorkshire, another Merseyside, Surrey, Staffordshire and Collector. You've all got it in your baskets. Quantity wise, I've got about 8, bang on 8 left. Bang on 8 left. More in baskets, over allocated. Do apologise to you. Well done to every single one of you. Well done to you all. Okay, everybody. Surrey's coming again now as well, so loads of you with those ones. Well done to you all. A really great deal. How about pairing them? Well, you're pairing with the pearls, I think. But well, you can pair anything with these pearls. But you could even, if you love another phenomenon gemstone, you could pair it with one, such as sunstone. Sunstone has this amazing ability to give this natural glint internally. When you say, oh, I just love that. This is a genuine phenomenal gemstone, okay? And phenomenal, I'm not just using like, oh my gosh, you've had your hair cut, that's phenomenal. I don't mean it like that. I mean it like it's really literally described as a phenomenal gemstone because it has this phenomenon, this uniqueness about it. And the uniqueness or phenomenon in this is that really striking glittery appearance, and that's known as adventurescence. Now, you do not get adventurescence in that many gemstones. You get it in the likes of learite, and you get it in the likes of sunstone, and one or two others. But other than kind of learite and sunstone, you don't tend to get that much of it in other gemstones. But it is something that people look for. It is something that people adore and that people like and that people want to kind of have in their collection. Because what you get is a numerous stage look and appearance. So first thing that appears to you now is probably the colour, isn't it? Doesn't that hit you first? Then as I move, you get that facet work. But then as you go in deeper, as you see more into this, you get that internal glitter, which is kind of unignorable, that catches the eye, that really almost hypnotises and grabs you into that striking glittering effect. It's almost like you've got a triple whammy of effects here. 98 carats worth, big surface area, giving you more opportunity to see that phenomenon. All of that in big pieces for £9.95 today. I mean, really.
That is a bargain. That is a really good price.
It really is.
You know, the great thing about sunstone is it works with whatever skin tone you are, whether you're very pale, very English rose, right through to very dark skin. And I just think that, you know, sometimes customers are unsure about if they're buying for a loved one, what colours they like. Sunstone is perfect. It's always a perfect choice.
Yeah.
So always have sunstone because it's neutral. You could layer it up with everything from your pinks, your purples, your greens, and it will work.
Yeah.
So always have sunstone available to offer your customers, and at this price, you can do that.
Yeah, you really can, can't you? £9.95. Well done to all of you. Set into jewellery thousands and thousands of years. Now is your chance for you to set it into your own at just £9.95. Good work to everyone. Okay, next up, peridot. A really lovely organic tone. Imagine this. Excuse me. In your tree of life, because these are your drop style nuggets. Imagine this in your tree of life. Natural variety of peridot with a really big pop of colour. That's going to really give a beautiful effect, isn't it, Angela?
Yeah, of course. I mean, as you say, tree of lives. If you're doing any bridal bouquets or floral bouquets, anything with the floral theme, you need shades of green.
Yes.
And peridot is going to be perfect.
Absolutely agree with you on that. And I think if you are going for those natural looks and effects, how often does Mother Nature create something absolutely perfectly symmetrical or organised?
Yeah.
Not often. And this has got the consistency in colour and hue in tonality and saturation and even in secondary glow colour, but it's got that Mother Nature feel because of the texture.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, I'm just thinking about, you know, going out in the evenings, and, you know, lots of women like to wear, you know, the little black dress. This is perfect. It's going to give you that pop of colour straight away. It's going to look perfect. But also for young teenagers as well, and they're into their very bright acid colours. You know, we've seen lots of pink, sharp pinks and neon blues in the high street, and, you know, the brightness of this and the pop of colour is going to work for your teenagers. Yeah. So yeah, a good all-round gemstone, I think, to have as part of the collection.
I love that idea, I really do. Excuse me, $6.95 for you, and for all of that amount you're getting, I think it's going to go really nicely with that ruby. It almost gives me the feel of like a cherry blossom kind of look with that ruby. I think we might have sold out of that though. Totally and absolutely natural, beautiful secondary glow, a very rare gem at a very affordable price point there. Okay, I've got a mammoth piece of lapis lazuli coming up for you now, in an incredible shape. What do you think, this is brand new by the way, what do you think something like this is going to do for an audience?
Well, I think it's going to give you options in terms of your designs, so you can have it as a pendant on the décolleté, or what I personally would do is have it on a long cord and have it around the belly button.
Like that idea.
Yeah, but also in terms of key rings, it'd make a really nice chunky key ring, or as a bag charm as well.
Good idea.
That would be really nice as well.
Good
and
idea.
if you really want to stand out and be trendy and hip, get two and make a pair of earrings with them.
I love that idea.
Very urban.
Yeah,
very urban look.
Definitely.
Yeah.
There's loads you can do with this. Lapis lazuli, one of the most ancient gems out there on the planet. What I love about lapis lazuli from this location is it's very, very small, artisanal mines run by family members. And the artisanal mines are run by families who've been doing it for generation and generation and generation, passing down that skill. It's not one of those big business, huge companies, millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of pounds in promotion types of gem. It's small family artisanal mines, and I always like that about this because it's from love and passion that it's been brought to us, and it's with love and passion that you get to work with it. Imagine shibori ribbon going through this with that glorious texture of the shibori that we had on earlier. I'm not sure if we've got any of that shibori ribbon left. Do feel free to call the call centre and check. This is your lapis lazuli, and it's new at £5.95.
Wow.
That is a huge piece in one place. Don't forget, value in carat weight is very important, and yes, it is all well and good knowing the whole carat weight of a strand because that will give you an indication, but carat weight in individual places is what matters. What I always think is, okay, imagine you're getting a 2-carat diamond ring, and the 2 carats is in 1 stone. Okay, so 1 diamond, 2 carats, big solitaire right there in the centre. You're looking at thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds for that 1 2-carat beautiful big piece. You could also buy a 2-carat diamond ring where the 2 carats are broken down into 10 tiny little diamonds. A couple of hundred. It's about big, bold carat weights in one place. This is 110 carats in 1 stone at £5.95. What a deal, about to sell out on that. Good work. I'm bringing you some colour now, some iridescence, something to really attract you. And this is your abalone. We have done a 2-sided strand for you here again, meaning that you get the beauty of that shell not only from the front but also from the back. Top jewel marquise. Have I missed it? Oh, it's hiding. Yeah, I have. Thanks, all. I have. It was hiding. Let me bring you these ones. Do apologise. I'll bring you those in a bit. These are your really lovely 2-sided, again, drops of your abalone. And what you have with this is a totally and absolutely natural appearance. This is a design like I have not seen before. It's kind of a bit, yeah, it is quite leaf-like, or even some of them have got almost angel wing look to them, or dragonfly wings to them. Imagine these with a Rachel Norris design. Surfboards, of course. Yeah, on a bit of cord, a surfer kind of design with this. It'd be fab, wouldn't it? Especially with that amount of colour in there. I really, really, really like these. Let's get that price in for you in the final few minutes of our show. 10 pieces you will be getting on this strand. I mean, if you did these for ridiculous on a piece of cord, selling it in, you know, down the beach, for £5 each, you are, even £1 each. Now don't do this, but £1 each, you've doubled your money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you adore these?
Yeah, I love them. You know, I was thinking the same as you, dragon wings, angel wings, but also petals for flowers as well, in those designs as well. You know, you put the ruby in the centre, you know. Yeah, gorgeous, love that.
Yeah, they are phenomenal, aren't they? Quantity-wise, how are we looking? I've got 51, so, oh, sorry, I had 51, about 30 have gone. So please do be quick off the mark whilst you can on those ones. Wow, loads of you in for that one, lots of you with it in your baskets, checking it out as soon as you can. Just to let you know, if you want those silks, that trio of silks, I've still got 1 or 2 available, but it's like minimal amounts, so I do apologise. Heading on over. How quick is that? How we're gone?
I know, it always flies really quickly.
Yeah, it's flown. Thank you very much, Angela, as always. Tell us, first things first, have you got anything, that final kind of words on that natural deal of the day that I've had for you?
Other than get them in, please don't underprice yourself when you're selling them on, because to get natural pearls graduated in the high street
perfect round as well.
Yeah, is very difficult. And if you do find them, you're going to be paying a lot of money for them.
Yeah.
So don't underprice yourself on that.
So please don't. In particular, as they're round, they're natural in colour, and they come with sterling silver as well. It's not something you're going to get to see often at all. Angela, as always, it's been a pleasure. When are you with us next?
Well, I've got the Business Academy coming up on Thursday. Oh, so if anybody wants to come on the course, we've still got a couple of places available. Brilliant. You know, come along and, you know, get some help around pricing all your pearls and all your gemstones and ideas on where to sell. I'd look forward to seeing you if you do.
Perfect. Call the call centre if you want to find out more about that, or do have a little look at JewelleryMaker.com as well. Thank you so much. On the mid-show, you've got Ali and Claire, and you've got peacock pearls going on for days, so do stay tuned for that. I really appreciate all of your care today. Thank you to you and all of my team. Have a wonderful afternoon. See you on Wednesday.